Hello, loves. Let me see what the comments say. I hope everyone is doing well. I need to send Pix a message because I was supposed to be here a long time ago, and then I got some messages from someone that were urgent here. Let's see. Okay, hi, Oh, how are you? Hey, Starry, I'm so glad to see you. Serious matters of the heart, my darling. Yeah, the audio is on now. I'm so sorry. That is what I was doing. I hope you're hearing me now. Can I get validation that you're hearing me? Because now I'm worrying about it. I do need to send Pixie a thing just apologizing for my tardiness. Yay! I'm so glad, and I'm so glad that you're here. Serious matters of the heart, huh? So this is O. That's Yosef. I think we'll call you Starry, right? Starry has an amazing channel. She's an amazing tarot reader. People should definitely check her out. She's a very, very talented human being in a lot of different ways from the things I know thus far. And I'm going to pause for just a second and text Pixie because it's my fault that she's not here because we had stuff go on with someone else in the interim. So just 1 second. Yep, way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. Oh, Sophie. Okay. I'm not sure. I'm never sure how people want to be on the World Wide Web in other spaces, right? I'm weird about my name being public, but just sort of depends on people's life experiences. And I guess maybe how like Googleable and that kind of stuff. But yeah, Sophie, this is Sophie. This is O. O joined us for the first time last night or yesterday morning, however you want to put it, since we're like doing crazy middle of the night stuff lately. But he's a pal from a chat site elsewhere in the world. He's making jokes too. All right, I'm going to send Pixela a text really quickly here because I feel bad that it was my beloved people's stuff, trauma, what have you, that delayed. Okie dokie, so I've apologized to my lovely lady. You called me a card assassin, and I will always love that so much. I tell my clients, you are a card assassin, right? Like we all have different approaches and things, and that we do, and your knowledge of the cards and your use of that knowledge, right, is, I mean, seriously ferocious and like rapier sharp. Like you're like a fence. You're fencing with that energy. Welcome to the community. Yeah. He's a lunatic and the captain of the fan club here. Oh, you are? Since yesterday? Well, that's good to know. John, please tell me where to send my donation. Oh, you don't need to send anything, my darling. I give free first reads, and they sometimes go too long, way too long. But in my case, because all of my stuff, for the last like couple of decades has been offline, I think people should know what they're getting into before they pay. In my case, right? Girl. I do express my mutual affection by driving you up the wall. It's a fun thing to do, my dear. Would you prefer to be called T? Like, I don't know what you want. Girl. Woman. That's so generous. I'm just going to spend it on a reading for you tomorrow. Matters of the heart, my dear. But yes, okay, so while I'm here, so let me find really quickly if I can find it fast enough. Since I'm draggy today and all days, really. Time blindness is a very real thing for a lot of us. Me, I'm talking about. Whoop, okay. Let's see here. Come on. My phone is slow at best. At the very, very best. Okay, come on now. Seriously, I don't know what's going on with Android. There's some spirity stuff going on, but there's also something going on just across the board. Phones across the continent. I don't know about outside the continent, but our Canadian friends and some of our friends in Mexico are having similar. It's just loading and loading and loading. Come on. Why? Hopefully that. Really? It's just not. This has been going on for too long now with this device. All right. Okay, at least the device is down now. Let's see here. Yes, 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 yes. So here we go. There we go. Interwebs, please cooperate with me. And of course, you won't even turn off the. I'm having a bit of a time. Really? Interwebs. What's the problem here? Okay, this is information about the lovely Sophie's channel here. Links are complex right now. There's that thing where you have to do personal verification, like show an ID or something, in order to have your links activate. I'm trying to understand what I've been seeing. Let's see here what has been said. I believe. Okay. Sent you a little present then. I believe Sophie and Randos do not qualify as women, but simply women and men and reasonable others. Okay. You've been supporting me for years. Well, yeah, you're highly supportable, my dear. The live muted when I went to donate. I see. Okay. So we're on the same time. So there's this dude, a Canadian gentleman called Colin. We've been dating for a month now. That's exciting. Tell me what spirit wants me to hear, the basics, his thoughts, feelings, and or intentions, energies. Sorry, get your check together. Matters of the heart. Often I wish I could hand them his all back to the store. I'm not a certain drinker of hot caffeinated beverages. I can't stand caffeine. She says it's really funny. You wouldn't be able to stand me on it either, says oh. I turn into a rat when I consume caffeine. Sorry, says, wait, on Nightbot or Venmo? I'm not sure what that question means exactly. And Pixie's here. Thank you for taking my apology, and I'm so sorry about all of the delays, my dear. This is Pixie. She's my sitter for a lot of things. She's an amazing empath in her own right and an amazing craft artist. Right now, just for the moment, we have Sophie, who is Starry-Eyed Tarot, here in the chat. This is her channel on the YouTubes, Starry-Eyed Tarot. Please do check her out. She is a much more sensible and active channel than mine. She is a brilliant, brilliant tarot reader. Pixie, I'm going to share her stuff as well since we're here and we're just joined. She is an amazing crafting individual and artist. And this is one of her YouTube channels, DIYs on the Cheap. And she does a lot of crafting there. She also has another channel I don't have stuff for called We Bought a Hoarder House that she and her beloved are sort of filming as they do certain things together on their house, the hoarder house. That seems probably evident. And we will bring Sophie's stuff up here in a minute. Not that she needs like my little channel to strengthen her channel. However, let the energy please flow of love and appreciation and go her direction. And please check her out. And when you do, I'll miss you guys very much. I'm mostly joking, but she's wonderful. Okay, back to the chit chat. Yay! Yes, please do subscribe. But please, please subscribe to Sophie if you're not already a subscriber. I anticipate that if you're here, you probably have already found her, to be honest. But if you haven't, please go over there. And yeah, so I think we're really different in our approaches, and she's way more. She's got a lock on like her business approach and her practicality and being succinct, which is beautiful, while still giving people a lot of time, which I admire. I can advocate and be an agent for everybody. I'm like an excellent promoter, except for myself, and then I fail in every way. I need to stop saying it, so I stop manifesting it, but it's just true. Okay. I need to get out the right deck here about Colin. Colin from Canada. I love Canadians so much. They all tend to be from Alberta, a lot of my former Canadian partners. So we just need to do a read. What spirit wants you to hear? Basics, thoughts, feelings, and or intentions, energies. Okay, I'm going to do one more thing. Again, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't have my act together. I got a lot of weird news, like 35 seconds before this started. And I'm like praying for those people and meditating, whatever words you want to use. So give me 1 second. Okie dokie, artichoke. My goodness, just like even trying to send myself a text for medication and stuff, it's not going well. So, so actually, Sophie means wisdom. In case you haven't made it there. Oh, I think it's from Greek originally, like which meant wisdom. Sophos, or something. And now my thing is just populated, so I'm actually able to say also that's true. It came from Sophos, meaning wisdom. It has a French version of it's a French version of the popular name Sophia. It's been in use since the 4th century, which is really cool. Let's see if anybody else has their descriptors for the name Sophie. Yeah, wisdom or knowledge from Greek, which, like, my golly, that's so apt in this case. That's so apt. Yeah, I'm a nerd. I'm a word nerd. That's something we hadn't. Might have come into your channel under a different screen name. I'm not sure. But one night, a long, long time ago, we had a conversation with somebody that I think was maybe one of your sitters or partners or something, because they were present a lot in the beginning. When I first started seeing you. I don't know if that was likely not your beginning. And so we talked about word nerdery and being authors, and you talked about being editor and things like that. So I've had knowledge of our in common, ask the things we have in common for a long time, because I'm a fan, right? Like, so, because I was watching and we conversed legitimately, but there were more of us than there were of you. So it's hard to remember. Okay, so Colin, yeah, I knew and remembered you to be an Aquarius. Okay, he's a Gemini. That's interesting because lately meaning like the last 3 days, like everybody wants to know about their Gemini lovers. And I guess it is technically Gemini season for like another day or two, so that's interesting. I mean, probably John. I can't remember the screen name, right? I'm not certain. I think I always address them by their screen name. And my beloved, one of my beloveds that was here on this channel a lot, he went by the name of Joe Black. He would come there too because he really liked the discussions that we would have sometimes about editing and writing and things. They were brief sometimes and sometimes not as brief, and he really enjoyed them. He's transitioned into non-technical at this point, but he really enjoyed seeing you guys as well. Studio, not suitable for work, BFF. Got it. A lot of questions for you about Geminis too. That's interesting to me. It is Gemini season, like, so that's active energy, and they got a big, moon and Sag like this month, and all kinds of like lovely gifts. So, I guess maybe their energy is just going bonkers. I'm not certain. So I cannot say Oplot because I actually know when your birthday is. So if you want to play that game, you're going to have to ask someone else. You're going to have to play sign. That's my sign with some of these other intuitives. I wouldn't be just surprised. Also, I was on your channel, and then I will start your reading. I'm sorry, I know you're up late, but my readings are as rambly as I am, so I apologize for that. And if you get tired, Sophie, and we're in the middle of something, just let me know, and we can follow up another time, or I can continue and then send you a link or whatever. I don't want you to get exhausted, but I love like rambling through people's energy, probably a little more than I should. Yeah, I agree, because predicting signs being too hard, you have to really know people in a lot of ways, because, like their rising and, moon and, just a whole other chart. There are some things that, like, I don't know, that are sort of universal across the board. Like, and I don't know why some signs are like way more evident than others. But generally speaking, and for me, I mean, I'm glad you told me. I remembered you were an Aquarius, so I'm glad you told me his sign. But normally, I would have just asked your element, because everybody's got a different, symbolism system with their guides and angels and things, and so they do tend to use a lot of the elements, but they don't tend to get necessarily specific about, astrology. In my case, anyway. Oh, good. What's the snack? What is the snack? Girl, Pixie. Advertising the StreamYard thing again. I think it's in the bottom box, but it's good. It's good to level up. Okay. All right. I know they want to start with this deck. I say start. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to resend it just really quickly because I'm excited. Everybody's here. Lots of people that I admire and also love. Mac and cheese. That's perfect. Middle of the night, mac and cheese. Oh, see, you got to guess. Oh, you got to guess. What supplier of mac and cheese? Yeah, that in your specificity, that makes sense. 8 means it's yummy. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters, God, saints, Jesus, deity, across all spiritualities and religions that are of the light and truth and kindness and universal love, please watch over anything we do here tonight. Protect us as we utilize our tools. Please help all the information that comes through be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved and for everyone's edification. Please watch all doorways, gateways, pathways. I'm going to turn that over to you, God, source, and angels and guide, to only allow in the good and that which is for everyone's higher and greater good. And also, thank you, like a million times gratitude for all of the help you've provided everyone this week, either through this pathway or through Sophie's pathway or through Pixie's or through O's pathway, all of them. So thank you so much. I want you to understand and feel the gratitude. I'm also going to pull these rods out because I have a feeling like we might as well be nearby. Now I'm hearing a song, Amy, what you want to do? I think I could stay with you for a while. maybe longer if I and you. Okay, so Miss Soph, I hope this doesn't drive you crazy. I tend to be an intuitive reader because mediumship-wise, I'm hearing a lot and seeing a lot as the cards are flying around and falling. And I know how informed you are. I've taken the classes, you know, and studied Rider and Thoth and Lenormand and all that. And but it doesn't work for me as well as it does for some in my lack of exactitude. So I'm sorry in advance if you see things and you're like, wait, no. All right, so this is going to be for Sophie and Colin, whose name I just love to even think of in a British accent. Colin. And then Sophie's an excellent sort of British accent name too. Colin and Sophie. We're looking for as much as you can tell us in terms of where Colin is in regards to their relationship, what he's thinking, feeling. You can just start there. How is Colin feeling about their dynamic with Sophie? What is Colin thinking about their dynamic with Sophie? And then if we want to clarify beyond that, we can and will. But initially, you could just please show us 2 more. Okay. What is Colin? How's Colin thinking and feeling about his dynamic and relationship with Sophie? Or are they thinking about their dynamic and relationship with Sophie? And then if we want to, I can hear you already saying like, there's going to be a couple clarifiers, but let's just start there. And I need to do this because it's probably like, make the screen bigger because she's smart and I'm not. Okay. Oh, already another orb. Already another orb. This one was different. Okay, let's see here. What has Amy's? I'm afraid my choices are cold, mechanical, and suitable for long, protracted lengths of time in the wilderness, says O. Okay, I don't usually look chat, and once I start throwing these, I will not be, but I want to see what people are saying. Amen, said Sophie. All these Amy Winehouse shorts have been popping up in my feed. Interesting. Miss and love her. Yeah. Oh, class is no need. Autodidact over here. My friend who is a reader does the same. LOL. And my mom. He's only sound more British if his name was like Nigel. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I've taken the classes because I want certifications. Like I just, you know, I want certifications to be able to reach people that maybe, I think the proof winds up being in the pudding, but like some people have needs and they don't approach because they like need, I don't know, an extra way to validate like how, like the fact that they want to engage in this stuff. So, you know, so and they're just certifications, right? Like in tarot and Reiki and distance Reiki. And I worked a lot about like grief counseling, grief life coaching, manifestation life coaching, that kind of stuff. And then of course, like color therapy, dream therapy, crystal therapy, those kind of things. And then now I think it's going to have to be like, based on the new things that are going on, I need to start pursuing how to be sort of a life coach for the ill and terminally ill, because that's coming up a lot. But I totally autodidact makes sense to me in every way from observing it. All right, let's see. Let's see here. They want me to slow down already. They're just reminding me. Yeah, it's going to be 5 and 5. Okay, so you want... Okay, so we're just wanting to see how Colin is thinking and feeling. That's where we're starting. How's Colin thinking and feeling? Hey! Sulfur. Ooh, nope, too many. Let's take a look, see if they come back. I know they will. You guys just, slow down. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is the Playful Heart Tarot by Kitten Chops. I love Kitten Chops art. It's amazing. That's cute that that's showing up a couple of times. So it's going to fly out eventually here. They really flip. There we go. Thank you, guys. Kitten Shop has this deck. Then she has a Pip deck, the Pip Speak Tarot. And then she has a lot of amazing like arts and altar cloths and reading cloths, and she hand paints them. She hand cuts her tarot decks in her house still. All right, back to Colin and Sophie brain. We're back on Colin and Sophie, please, guides. We need to know how Colin is feeling and thinking about dynamic with Sophie. I mean, I can't imagine that she doesn't realize she's a queen already, but we'll see how smart Colin is. We please see how Colin is thinking and feeling about the dynamic with Sophie. All right. So like slow down. It's like, okay, but they're not flipping. Me and my patience, or lack thereof. Thank you. Wait, which way did this land? This way. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's going to go with the bottom of the deck. Got it. Interesting. Okay. Clarifiers for each, please, and thank you. This is already like interesting. You guys are good, man. This is going to be exact. Isn't it? Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's correct, right? Okay. Right. Take a look here. Let's see here. Certain. Okay, so I'm going to tell you what the overall feeling is. They are lovely. I love. Let me read what the chat says here. Miss and love her, my friend. Okay. Some demand that accolade I hear. I should get some certification at this point. Oh wow, life coach came every day. That's interesting. Yeah, she's such an amazing and interesting artist. She's a relatively young lady too. Kitten Chops, just kittenchops.com. So much cool stuff. So I'm going to talk about the overarching energy source with this, and I want to track and just make sure like I'm lining up with at least something here before we jump like in more. Is he a little freaked out by the woo woo stuff? Like potentially fascinated but a little nervous about your abilities? Has that come up? Because that seems really prominent to me here, which is not actually what I expected to see. Preconceived notions are the death of all of us, but it's not what I expected to see actually. And this is interesting. Has he expressed that to you? That either that he is an open-minded skeptic? Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were like connecting. I don't care. You don't have to give me info, but as you know, just staying connected, like energetically wise. Okay. So that's like the most prominent thing here, at least to start off. Okay. So, it sort of is starting off with, first of all, like he feels really, this is not a home base for him, right? This is new stuff. Either guides, can you tell me is this something like that you've just always been skeptical about, or is it just sort of all new? Is it all new? No. Skeptical? Yes, sort of. Okay. But not cynical. No. Bad experience with someone else in the past? Not really. Okay. All right. So, one more question. Like major, like stagnant or strict religious upbringing? Sort of. Okay. So, it starts off as like, it doesn't look bad, right? But like there is discomfort in the notion, I guess a little bit paranoid, right? That like you can like read, that you can potentially read his mind or something, right? Like, I don't know if he's gone, I think he actually has occasionally in his thoughts, like when he gets a little bit dramatic and is, as we overthink things, that, that it's almost like he's like, oh my gosh, she's reading my mind. It's an unfair advantage. And she has extra cards that she adds to her decks that are very sweet. Okay, so just because you might not, cards so well. So this is one of her extra cards. It's the relax into not knowing card. Just so you know. So yeah, so it's very foreign to him. And he worries that like there is potentially unfairness. I want to clarify on that though too, because what I'm hearing is, initially it was like, like she's going to hear all my thoughts, I guess. And that's not fair. That's an unfair advantage. But then like the guides are talking about how he already has experienced you as a very fair person, like in just your approach to your dynamic together, your approach to the world at large, your willingness to be open-minded and communicate those things. And so that's even more confusing because he like totally and thoroughly, right off the bat, like when he heard, I'm not sure they heard immediately, but relatively soon, there was some element of panicking. But then there's confusion. And again, I'm going to clarify that, but like they're talking about how it's like, wow, okay, I totally got freaked out, thought that unfair advantage, but then I'm watching her approach to the world at large be really fair. And so I'm not sure what to think. And so, their advice is like relax into not knowing. He's having a hard time doing that. Like, he wants to know, like, at all moments almost it's like he's stopping and going like, you guys are just sitting there or conversing or whatever, and like he really has to sit on the impulse of being like, what are you thinking now? Do you know what I'm thinking now? What are you feeling now? Because, he just perceives you as someone that's seeing him in a way that he didn't anticipate being perceived. You're his first woo-woo girl. That makes super a lot of sense to me based on what's going on here. I mean, again, since I'm intuitive, but like this, rather than it being like just completely the proper King of Swords, but look at this card, man. Like, here he is sitting there, and like, there you are. I mean, I know like how beautiful and what you sort of look like too. There's a little dark-haired lady there, and like this person's feeling like spied on. And I mean, it's supposed to be sort of James Bondy too, in the way she's chosen to do this, right? But like in intuitive interpretations, he feels like you're always watching, right? Like, I even have a guide like joking and like singing, I always feel like somebody's watching me. He's worried about that a little bit. And he is like a man that definitely tends towards, I don't know if it's that he is super sort of tending towards traditional like gender roles and expectations in his dynamics, or if for you, in your experience, like how you're his first woo-woo, if it's been a long time since you've had somebody that's this close to traditional. And again, we'll find out with clarifiers, or you can tell me, but I'm not sure which it is. But his traditional approach to how he thinks some of this should go, and gender roles they just keep talking about gender roles, right? So golly, even here, right, when it's the emperor, but the mountain behind the emperor has an eye. Like, he really feels like you see everything, man. He's worried about that. He must be a real dirty bird in his head, or at least judging himself to be a dirty bird. Yeah, somebody said he can be totally filthy, but so can we all. That he's not used to the thought that, number one, okay, I'm just going to say it. They're also saying, like, you're more comfortable with what you know of his filth, what he's been willing to share. That also surprises him. And so like, your open-mindedness, which I think I'm getting the feeling doesn't feel like you're having to stretch very far, in terms of that, because you have had broader experiences and more unconventional like friendships and other dynamics than he, I think, has had. And so the fact that, number one, you already respond to like some of his more like filthy, according to him, thoughts and thinking in a way that's open-minded and positive, like, that's already surprising. And then he's like, oh my gosh, is it because she understands, like, she already knew? Is that why she's okay with it? She already heard the word that I'm a dirty bird. Like, like, I don't, and then again, like, okay, traditional gender roles are coming up again. And, I think I'm going to have to validate that one first, because he is experiencing you as quite non-traditional in his experience. And I think it's something about you not being defensive about it. So I don't know if he's maybe approached that and asked some questions. Again, he also expects, there's some expectation. I mean, he's a really, like, I can feel him. He seems like a really, like, nice guy. Like, I totally get why you like him for a lot of reasons, right? But he does have, like, certain, like, expectations of girls. And, like, when he has somewhat broached the topic, or maybe the two of you have conversed on the topic of sort of being less commonly traditionally, that's so weird because that's so subjective, but in this case, traditionally feminine, or girly type woman man dynamics, more so than personality types. He also, when you guys have conversed on that topic and he's expressed some things that maybe are a little bit stodgy, he also anticipated you to sort of overreact, be over emotional about it, and the fact that you don't feel defensive about it, that also sort of has him put like a question mark on on the situation, right? So it's really interesting. It's like one of my guides just said he has discovered a new species of woman. Laura, of course I remember you. Hello. I'm sorry. I don't look at the chat very much while I'm reading, but hello. Um Pixie, please meet Starry Sophie. She's got an amazing tarot channel you should check out, just since I'm looking up from my thingamajig right now. This is her channel. It is much more professionally organized and oriented, and so please do check her out. She's amazing. Um, she referenced, and I did say this quite a while ago, that she's a tarot assassin, and she totally is a tarot card assassin. She's amazing. So please check her out. So that's Sophie. I don't think you met O the other day. He's in here as Yosef, and you met Pixie. I'm not sure else who is in here. Oh, you do know her. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, please do feel free. I think the link tree is available if you're on YouTube, and I know there are people that can help. So I want to stick here just for a moment here, if that's possible. So yeah, you're like a whole new species to him. Like he's not like doesn't have like negative feelings. He just has a lot of like confusion. Like, what is this alien? This beautiful alien. And he is like there is some mention of him healing from some sort of past. I'm trying to see if the guides will tell me, like, if it's a past romantic dynamic, or if it's more so like there's been some really recent loss. I'm going to ask for a clarifier on that, but that is coming up as well. Now that's also, it's here in the cards, but also the guides are saying like that's another reason why you met when you did. Like, he was ready for some healing, and just being around your energy is going to give a lot of healing to him. And okay, so I'm trying to understand this. Okay, so there's some past stuff we're looking back on and we're healing from. They're talking about toxic femininity. Too, he has experienced toxic femininity. Like, I know people don't say that. We hear toxic masculinity all the time, but he has experienced some sort of toxic femininity. And yeah, I want a clarifier here. Okay. A clarifier that tells me about this just a little bit. Like, can we connect those two? We might look at other places too. Oh, right away. Okay. So, it's interesting. He's a Gemini. So this is an interesting thing to like run into. Am I hearing you guys right? So it's something, and okay, we'll fine tune, but it's something about, okay, so within that toxic femininity, it's some person, and again, not entirely, I think it must be one more card. I think it must be a former partner, but I haven't received absolute confirmation of that. But well, that flew out like across the room. Yeah. Yes. Like young, they're saying young love. I don't know that I get the idea that he's super young, but something about so as a Gemini, it's surprising to me that he felt like and maybe it was felt like he had he dealt with toxic femininity in the past, right? Somebody hyper reactive and that didn't accept like his filthy bits, and to the point where like they didn't actually let him be a human man. Um, okay, I just looked at the chat. Timu, like a Timu Kardashian. Okay, I'm gonna remember that until like 3 lives from now. That's so funny. Um, it's she looks high maintenance. Yeah. So it's showing up. It's showing up as like, but again, the toxic femininity and that like too busy for him, but also almost didn't let him be a human man, like to the point where, you know, like he couldn't have desires or like normal foibles. Like it was unacceptable to and that's even why you're even more of an alien, right? Like not only are you accepting with like the face that he presents to the public, you're accepting of the things he's starting to reveal to you that are more like private type things. And like that's like you're totally an alien. um you know, it feels like young love, like a fool, but like either he just okay, I want another one. I'm right here, like I want more. um but so I don't know if it was substance abuse or if it was just like chronic clubbing or what it was. He was never allowed to express himself though in that relationship, and they were just not present for him, both in a literal, yeah. I still am trying to find out who. It's got to be a lover. Um, Never mind. You've already validated that. I don't know why I want to see it in the cards as well. Um, so yeah, so there is healing that's still actively happening. I don't know where I'm struggling is it's coming across as like young foolish love. So I don't know if they met when they were quite young and together a long time, or if she was significantly younger than he, or if he just feels like I'm. I think that might be it. I'm older. I should have known better. Is that it, guys? Yes and no. Okay. But yeah, like this is another one of Kitten Chop's amazing like additional card. It's the Express Your Joy card. He was never allowed to express himself in any way, shape, or form. Um, and he had no tools with which to defend himself either. He doesn't seem again, he's a Gemini, right? So like this when I saw like the frustration with them being busy and going out too much and um, that kind of stuff, I was a little surprised because, you know, certainly when they're on one side of, you know, that twin hood, that tends to be something they do. But again, charts are so filled with variety. But yeah, so he's still healing from that. It's less that I'm hearing this too. It's less that like he was madly in love. I don't know if maybe she was a rebound from somebody that was more significant. I think that might be the case, but it's that he met her at a time where he was vulnerable in some manner, and oh my gosh, um, and so like he just looks back and is like, my gosh, that did way more damage, and again also traditionally men can't talk about this stuff as much in terms of like having felt like completely abandoned and abused and expected to be like a wallet, a walking wallet and obedient who can't express being human. And like he doesn't seem to understand why he didn't extract himself from that situation sooner. Um, he didn't have the tools, so I don't know if he just never met somebody like so. I'm going to use the word sociopathic and I'm going to use it clinically. Okay. Like not like just fun, haha, like people use it. Let's see. Let's go back to where the bottom of the deck wound up here. Put it down because I dropped it. Okay. And you're okay. So you're really inspiring to him to try new things, which is a good thing to see after seeing this stuff. But he's real scared. Um, he parties. So what was the deal then? Like, why he felt totally abandoned? Unless I have this backwards. Hold on. I'm bringing the rods up here for a second. We already have someone tapped in. Okay. Can you please show me what no looks like? Thank you. A yes. Thank you. Can you quantify? Thank you. And do directionals? Thank you. Can I clarify just like this last little stuff so we can move on to specific? Okay, thank you. So the stuff going on with Colin and this dynamic, I'm trying to understand, like, did he have trouble with this person's social life? Like he had trouble with them not being involved because they had like an active, some sort of like life away from him. Yeah. And he felt like they never gave him time, and somehow they slipped in basically almost as an abuser. Okay. And he didn't see it at first because he didn't anticipate. Okay. And so he is trying to, oh, okay, this is here, because I was like, why also are we talking so much about the ex? It's because he's doubting his judgment. Is that correct? And so he worries, even though everything feels, and I should ask this more slowly. Everything feels great for him with Sophie, like emotionally. Yes. Okay. And even mentally, he feels like he gets what he needs. Okay. However, because he's experiencing new different things with her, and because of what happened in his most recent or this particular traumatic relationship, he's worrying that he is not using good judgment because of the past scenario. Yeah. Was it, so if he's Gemini, he parties. Yeah. Okay. So is it that, if it was like she had an addiction problem, can we go this way? If it was like, there was infidelity issues on her part, let's start that. Can we go that way? Which is it? Okay, not trustworthy. Were there anything going on like that on his end? No. Okay, he's really loyal. That's interesting. Yes. Okay. So just couldn't trust them. Okay. And then now he has somebody that he feels instinctually. I'm just going on what guides are saying, but I'm repeating so everybody can see it. He feels really instinctually good about, but she is expressing a lot of new concepts that he's never considered. Yeah. And he's scared that the judgment of his past, he might be utilizing the same type of poor judgment. Is that correct? Okay. So that's part of why he's extra nervousy about this stuff. Okay. And that's good to know. And then the end of the bottom of the deck and the support are showing up as he's really excited about all of the new things he's learning. Oh, okay. And he's also scared he won't implement them fast enough to please Sophie. That's interesting. And that really, I'm assuming, comes from the energy of the past. Yeah. Let's see what the chat is saying. So it was primarily trust. Yeah. Okay. And really, when I say sociopath was, is that fair? Is that a fair assessment in your opinion? Okay. And was this, just to clarify, because now I'm nosy, was this like a young love for him? No. Was she younger? Yeah. And then he just feels like a dumbass. Got it. Okay. So all of this stuff, though, we'll just confirm since I have the rods up, he does feel a little nervous about Sophie's ability to potentially read his freaking mind. Yeah. Is he feeling anything about I don't get the feeling he is, but I'm just confirming. He's believing her, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. He's believing her, which makes it even more scary. Mm-hmm. So it's really a stretch for him. From your perspective, your higher perspective, your place of knowledge, we're seeing a lot about him stretching, which we asked about his feelings and thoughts, so that's fair. And you've already expressed that this is a good opportunity and a wonderful way and experience in his life for expansion and growth and all kinds of things. How is it for Sophie? Like, is it going to be the same? Yes. Okay. So you said, you just said something about like how much we learn about, we learn more through teaching sometimes than okay. So it's going to be really expansive for her and helping him sort of learn everything that's going on. Okay. And there'll be new considerations. And then, just because I care about her, is he reliable? And once he's invested, he's truly okay. Okay, I'm gonna put these down for a second. He does believe you. And I'm feeling his affection. I mean, I know it's sort of new. But I mean, to me, it does. Okay, I want to see. What would you like clarified, my dear? I have a question that I'm going to ask the cards real quick, but what would you like? He does like you. He does trust you. It's just, on top of you being, a magical being by a lot of people's standards, and an alternative thing by a lot of people's standards, he came from a place, where there was no permitted expression, no trust, anything. And now he's walking into the land of the origin of expression and the origin of, somebody that's understanding like universal love and connectivity and things. And so, man, that's like going from one place to another, which is a lot, but, also really, really healing for him, which is amazing. And actually, okay, so right now, what they're saying is they're talking about how, of course, like you learn so much through teaching, and that's totally true. And, so it'll be really expansive for you in that way. But also it's going to give you confidence, because like confidence that you don't already have, because as you are able to sort of in a closer proximity, because he's a partner, watch, his growth and development and learn different ways to communicate certain things and to him, and watch as he expands, in more real close-up time, you're going to be able to see your beautiful effect on people in terms of like your amazing skills and gifts and how you're using them. I mean, I know that you already know that they're very useful to people, and they've been very healing and expansive for a lot of people, but you're going to get to see it in a way you haven't for a while, because he's sort of starting in a lot of ways from square one. And also they're talking about like a remarriage too of some traditional like religious and spiritual things coming back into consideration, but from a new perspective, for you. So like it's going to be really expansive for you as well, but it's really for you, it's designed, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of other elements, but they're talking specifically about, in terms of like the reason you're meeting now. And it's designed to bring you more fully into understanding of your own potency in the world, and ability as a healer, and sensitive, that we'll just use that umbrella term. And because you're stopping to sort of break it into smaller, more edible pieces for him, you're going to, in doing that for him, things that you learned a long time ago, you're going to reevaluate from a new, more informed perspective, and learn a lot more nuance you can apply to both your just interpersonal experience with the universe and like work that you're doing. Yeah. Hold on here. Let's see what you've said here. He believes that he's scared. Weepy eyes. Oh, if he sees you as girlfriend, pretend. Okay, see, he works at. I mean, I already feel like the answer is like he sort of is already perceiving you as girlfriend, but we're gonna see. He invented pretty litter. Is that like kitty litter? I don't know about that, but I would like to know. I do have PayPal, Laura, and I can get you that, but we do have Cash App and Venmo too. Well, I go to Temple, he doesn't, but I keep trying to get him to. Yeah, this is still going to be a re-exploration of convention, because even if he does not go in, because I'm just hearing what they're saying. This is not my opinion, for the record. I'll tell you when it's like me just, but it's something about, again, he's still, even if he doesn't go, it is a language he understands, like he knows the vernacular there, and it will bring you more fully into the merging. I mean, clearly, if you're still going, right, you have merged these things quite well, but they're still saying there's going to be like enormous expansion in the way you, and so much confidence, but in the way that you teach what you know. Okay, that's really how I want to put it. What they're trying to say, the way that you teach the things you know, there'll be a lot of clarification on. They're also talking about direction. So the great thing, so first of all, in terms of, not that it's probably surprising to you, right? You understand this stuff, like you've come into contact with each other for, I think it's a little maybe more growth on his end, but still you're going to learn a lot more about yourself through this dynamic. I'm just going to bring up the rods about the girlfriend material and stuff. I think like he sort of already does. I mean, I know like people have to be careful these days, but I think he already like sort of considers you a girlfriend. Yeah, they're already like they're. I know you can't see like where I have my hands. Like the tech here is, I have a hard time figuring it out. But they're locked. They're not moving. So he sees her as, I mean, you've already said it, but does Colin see Sophie as girlfriend material? Yeah, for sure. Did you just say he worries about being cool enough for her? Yes. That's interesting. So it's so interesting that he he perceives you as the edgier and like more like cool and in the know and hip. I sound like such an old lady right now of the two of you, right? But you've just said like you're trying to bring him back like into a spiritual experience, and it's interesting. He thinks he's not cool enough for you. Okay. He studied the Kabbalah in Israel, but he stood in his kitchen and told me dead ass I'm an atheist. I don't believe him. I think that he's not an atheist. I think he's terrified. Yep. Look at there. When I say I think, just to clarify, it's that they're giving me like enormous downloads, which you probably understand. And I'm just saying, I think that's what they're saying. It has something to do. You think he's so cool? They're saying yes too. So that's interesting that, so like you both, you're both, you both think that the other is cooler. Yep. And far more dazzling than yourselves. So, I mean, that's a good thing in a lot of ways, right? Because, you both believe the other to be like an enormous prize. Yeah. And see immediate value. And they're talking now, they just said enormous attraction. And then like my, like from my heart chakra to like my root, like went like zipped down. So there's enormous physical attraction as well, which is wonderful, right? It's interesting though. Again, are you guys saying, am I hearing this right? He's a little more conventional in that way too. Huh. And that's going to be healing in some ways for her and then expansive for him. Okay. They're talking about the filthy stuff again. So they're talking about like, he's not necessarily more traditional. He's just had to behave. Sexual, I'm talking about sex life now. He's had to behave more traditionally, right? Because he hasn't, again, met very many people that are being expansive in any area of their life. But they are talking about like something about sort of it being more traditional initially, and maybe that time has already passed or something, but something about that, your ability to start allowing him to be himself more together is going to be also deeply healing for you too, because it's going to make it a more connected, it's going to bring the sex into connection more than just like a physical like excitement. Sexuality is definitely being, and he's super conventional now. Yeah. So it's interesting how, in his, he's not closed-minded, but he's been with so many closed-minded people that he's closeted in a lot of ways, and also doesn't know then, because he hasn't gotten to really, he maybe thinks about a lot of things, watches a lot of things, reads a lot of things, but he hasn't really gotten to try some things. And so, of course, there's going to be a little bit of fear there, and exploration, and so he's not certain. So in some ways there's a conventionality to right now the physical expression, but because of that, because it's going to launch growth for him, and because it's starting in a sort of, for lack of a better term, more respectful place for you, because he's not perceiving you as just like automatic blow up doll is what I want to say, but like I'm not saying that about you. I'm saying that there have been people, and I've experienced them a lot too, right? That if they are already fully and maybe wildly, okay, I'm trying to decide how I want to put like what I'm hearing. You have potentially, I think you have encountered some people that have been very expansive and expressive, and having holding into certain kinks and in certain groups in sexuality, but a lot of those people were doing those things out of like sheer lust, rather than doing those things because they're both connecting like the traditions of those practices along with like the physical, spiritual, mind body spirit connection type thing. And because he is getting to sort of start to explore, that will already be more incorporated since he's undecided, and he does really think really highly of you too. So it will be able to grow both from like a place of like intense attraction and exploration, but also like a lot of like emotional quotient and spiritual connectivity, that sometimes when people already have preconceptions about like their practices, they don't, that's not an option. Is he, so guys, I was hearing you guys say like he already really, if he could be all in this dynamic right now, based on how he's feeling, how he feels about Sophie, he would totally be all in. Okay. But you're also saying his head interferes with that just a little bit. Okay. So that was like a 70% yes. So, but some of that, okay. So you're also saying some of that is he doesn't want to be too uncool to her, and like he thinks like she's so cool that like he can't like immediately say, I want to be your boyfriend. Yeah. Okay. In some ways, guides, do you advocate for him keeping himself restrained? No. Okay. In your perception, based on everything, understanding free will and that things change and things like that, but from the perspective you have right now, do you believe though that he will be confident enough to express to her where he stands in terms of feeling like really connected and wanting to like be her boyfriend? Is that something he's going to be confident enough to do soon? Yeah, because he already really feels like he knows, like Pokemon, I choose you. Yeah. Oh, Pixie fell out. Hold on a second. Welcome back, girlfriend.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! I'm sorry if you were gone for a while. Do you have any more questions? So, if, like, specifically, I know this didn't say as much about how you think and feel, but we didn't ask them that, you know. We asked about him. He does really like you. Did you guys say love? Did you say, like, I want to hear how you said it. Did you say he already has great love for her? Okay, so right now it's in that sort of is it in that universal love? Like I'm able to embrace you as my fellow man kind of love? No. Okay. So he has some romantic love type feelings for Sophie already. Okay. And she does for him. Uh-huh. That's what I thought. Didn't mean to blow up your spot. Do you feel like it's a fair representation? And also, even if it was a fair representation, is there any other little, because I'm asking that because I feel they're saying like there's like one more question, but maybe it's like a private question, and if that's the case, I can answer it privately for you if you would rather, because it feels like there is something. Are you guys saying that? Like there is like one, I don't know if it's a whole subject matter or if it's an outstanding question. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I blew up your spot, but yeah, like we'll just do it with the rods too. From your perspective, is Sophie crazy about Colin? Yes. And Colin crazy about Sophie? Yes. Do you guys foresee any? Okay, this is from a question. It's not nosiness; it's from caring about her. Do you foresee anything like where there's any sort of thing that's going to be rocky enough that like those of us that care should be like, no, like, do you see anything like that? Absolutely not. Okay. I heard absolutely not. And then the rod said no as well. Do you, again, I know everything is changeable and relationships can expand into being all types of arrangements and configurations, but you see this being a special person for her for quite a while. Yeah. And it's been a while, a little bit, since you felt this strongly about somebody, huh? It is more private. Okay. How do you tell me how you feel about this, Sophie? I feel like we have exchanged emails in the past, and I love your readings, and I'm so glad you're here. Do you feel comfortable with me emailing you my phone number so you could text that question? Yeah, no, I'm not going to get nosy in public. I'm nosy, but I'm I'm also not going to blow you up in certain ways. I just need to know if you're comfortable with me sending you my phone number via the emails. And then I won't necessarily answer it. Like, we don't have to answer it this second because I know there's other people kicking it and it's late. And your mac and cheese is probably long gone. You've been very patient. Okay, I'm doing it now before I forget. And then, yeah, we can just, if you're comfortable, like tomorrow, we can follow up and we could like meet on like a streaming platform or something real quick and talk it out. Because I know that like I understand that it's about the partying, but I hear that there are some questions as well, like okay, my phone is difficult, but it is sent now, my dear, my darling, my dear. Oh, thank God. Yeah, it's been a while. I worry about his partying. Yeah, please. Okay. Thank you so much for this incredible initiative. So, I mean, so golly, thank you because you are quite gifted, my dear. Um, quite gifted. And also, I noted when I was peeking by there, I think it was just earlier this week, and maybe you had it up for a while, but um, there was more information about like more of your skill set, which I mean, I sort of already knew like existed, right? That was really clear to me, but some of it hadn't been written, at least that I had seen in your profile about like mediumship, animal communication. We have a lot of things in common, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So when I read it, I was really excited. I don't have a site or anywhere review. I did this so long in person and then sometimes with organizations. And like it's been the last couple of years that I've been trying to do the interwebs. And um, I think I am actually going to be working for an organization. Like I've said that in other meaning other types of organizations, but I mean I think I actually might work. It's looking like I might work for a platform a little bit because I just wanted to um, like one of those like psychic like website type places. Um, I've talked to them and done the thing, and I don't foresee staying long or it really being my choice, but I to stay long. But I think it's something that I would really like to try and experience. Um, and then also, I think that coming up for me, and I'm wondering if it's you too, because is it Sophie too? I don't know if you've read about the Family Foundation, but they actually do free tests for mediumship. Um, and if it's a test, if you pass it's a multi-step test, but it's free to be given the test. And if you do pass the test, like you become sort of like nationally certified, um, and at no cost. Now you have to be ready for the test, but like I think we're supposed to talk about that privately, you and I, because they were talking about the other day, like it's not time yet for me to take the test, but that there's going to be someone else and like to discuss it with behind the scenes. I think that might actually wind up being you. Um, Damn nails, please direct me. Ooh, Laura says he's watched my stories again this morning, all 5 except for the 6th one. I accidentally posted me crying and saying I can't be depressed over a man like this again. Oof. Oh no, accidental. I think your nails are going on me, but the rest of the hands are very distracting. Okay, I'm not sure what that is, but thank you. I got a feeling he still will. Please give me your PayPal. I'm so sorry, honey. I'm so sorry that I'm behind, Laura. Yeah, I'm doing a past life regression animal readings more this year. It's been great, fascinating. Yeah, I will look it up and send it to you. I'm going to text myself right now to do the Family Foundation stuff because I don't know if it's fact, but I get the impression you can't take the test too very many times, right? And there's nothing bad, like there's nothing bad posted if you don't take it. But if you do, a lot of really wonderful things can happen. You do need to also have time to donate some time to their organization and do a little bit of like community work. But to me, it seems like a really great place to sort of launch in different directions if that's something that somebody wants to do. And past life, like Pixie, we've been talking about it, and like it's something that um, we're gonna maybe be able to do. But if like you already have like a system for the past life stuff, I have get a lot of information through mediumship, but no like organized way to do past life. Pixie's been really interested in having like a read like that. And then animal readings, we have that in common, which is I think great. Like I'd love to just chit chat sometime. Your nails, Plucky has gorgeous nails. Actually, you have lovely nails from what I can recall. And I talked about this last week. I think that like a few of us should contact, like I have a brand of nail polish that I just like love, and I'm not usually a brand devoted person, but I think we should contact them because I haven't seen any readers have like nail polish contracts, and like I think that that's a really good thing. Actually, like that would be a really good merging, especially this company because they have all kinds of really cool titles like Coven and Manifestation and Lemuria. Like like they would really be connected. See, okay, so Pix, she's been doing past life stuff for a long time. Like I know a lot about mine, and I can sort people's through mediumship, but I don't have a program like an organized way that I choose to read it. Whereas like, how we all do, like we figure out how we prefer to read certain things. And then our guides do change it and tell us, hey, no, we're going to do something different today. But there is sort of a way. With past lives, I don't necessarily have that particular thing in my organized. So like she would love that. Oh yeah. I'm a big, okay, hold on, Miss Laura. I'm sorry. I need to find my PayPal thing because I just fixed my PayPal last week. That was it. That was a thing. That was a thing that happened. The whole PayPal of it all. I'm trying to get the link here. Yes, nail ladies. And like, I know that like I can't necessarily approach them immediately because I don't have like a big um, channel, but I do think that it's something that someone should do. Um, okay, come on, PayPal, just give me the freaking link, my darling. I'd really like to have it, please. What's this? Why does it have? I keep trying to eliminate my real name. It just refuses. I'm sorry, Laura. I'm working on it for you. My phone just is lurching along. just loading this entire time. Thought I had my link tree, but clearly beans. Why is it not? It's not giving me. I'm trying to figure out how to send this to you, Miss Laura. Since I don't have it, and it's like a QR code, it's being really difficult. It took about 3 years for you to build, you mean, my dear? I don't think I have. I'd email you, Miss Laura, if I had an email for you. Because it's a QR code, they're not giving me a stinking link. And I'm not really sure why. It's really difficult. Venmo and Cash App. Hey, Pix, you awake, baby cakes?
Yeah, I'm here.
Do you have a PayPal?
I do.
You want to post it? Because she can just pay you, doll. You work here.
What?
I'm Miss Laura would like a link to the PayPal. My PayPal, as you know, was difficult last week and is now fighting with me. If you have a link to your PayPal and you would be willing to give it to Miss Laura here,
Okay.
she can just pay you.
Sure.
You work
Give me
here
one
too,
sec.
girl. You work here too, girl. Helen Wambach. I'm going to be looking that up. I grew up with connections to like the ARE, which is like Edgar Cayce, Association for Religious Enlightenment, and Helen. Helen. Trying to spell your name right, girl. Interesting. Okay. She's an interesting lady. I've added her to my list here. Thank you, Sophie, because again, like Edgar Casey stuff, and then like you know, a lot of his like former students like Gina Sermonara and like people like that. But Echo Bodine, um, who's been getting sassy lately, so um, about like Thomas John stuff and stuff, but she's still interesting. But I have a new person to read books about, which is awesome. Okay. Notes about that too. I do not know why the PayPal is being so difficult, but it was difficult last week. Now I've clicked or bonked or done something with something wrong. I don't know what I've done. Oh, I can unplug this. That might make life easier too. Set another alarm. Another snack. That's good. Yes, Miss Laura. Pixie has posted her PayPal information. I was trying to get a proper like PayPal link. It was only giving me very like limited information. I mean, I guess you could just find me under Plucky.Little.Poppet. It didn't even occur to me like Pixie just gave you her information though, but like it didn't occur to me that like I could just give you my name on there, right? Which is this, just for the future. I was trying to get the QR code, but there you go. But like either way, we do not care. What kind of snack did you get, Sophie girl? Remove these and clear these for Miss Laura. Okay, that's for the pick a card stuff. Procrastinating about. Ooh, I'm a potato girl, man. In every way, like I don't know, potatoes, like cheese, dark chocolate. I don't think I could live. Those are a few of my favorite things. I don't think I could live without it. Those things. I'd be very sad, clown. And what kind of tea? See, I'm clearly not caffeinated, right? You were saying no caffeination. Here, we'll do iced. That reminded me of iced tea Rex here. We're sort of on a break. You can turn circles for us all. I should have brought the other ones. I said I was going to do that, and then I forgot. But today's private readings were a lot. They were a lot. It's lovely. I'm so grateful for it, but I, feel sad for people sometimes. Stop putting cheese on them. What are you talking about, Oh? That's a crime. Cheese is a very important part of life. Like almost like wallet and grommet level essential. I'm reading about, I don't know if it's Ruibos tea. I'm learning now. Ooh, it's pretty color too. Oh, okay, it does a lot for, wow. Oh, I'm going to learn how to pronounce it right now.
Rooibos.
Rooibos. Wensleydale cheese. That's exactly right. That's exactly Wensleydale. The moon is made of Wensleydale. Pixie, did you fall out? Hold on. Did you fall out?
I did.
I'm sorry. I'm
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm down in my phone, like Googling and trying to figure out stupid PayPal stuff. It didn't even occur to me that I could just be like, here's my email for it. I was like trying to get this QR code and stuff like that, like trying to be in this, not a Luddite, but like I'm failing.
So wait till you hear about how the rest of my day went yesterday.
Oh, I mean, I can imagine. Are you talking? Okay, we're talking about by yesterday. Now we mean the 19th, right? When we last spoke at like 10:30 in the morning. Is that correct? Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it was like a lot of stuff down yesterday.
Yeah. So you remember we was talking about those transactions on my account, right?
Yes, that came through an app you didn't know.
You're never gonna guess what happens when we got off the phone. About lunchtime, it said the only way, because I didn't know what that was. I
Right.
couldn't read it. And the only way to make sure they didn't take any more money was to cancel the preferred payment method through PayPal. Through PayPal. So I did it that way. And honey, about noon yesterday, I get a phone call
Uh-oh.
from an international number claiming to be PayPal,
Uh-huh.
and they want me to verify a code they sent me.
So you immediately got on. How did you get on some sort of, scam list from doing that, or was it just a coincidence? Do you think?
I think it's connected, but I think they saw, because it's about time for another payment to come out. I think they saw that I disabled the payment method and was wanting to get back in my account, because I'm telling you, if they did not call me once, they called me 10 times back to back trying to get me to give them that code.
Well, did you ever talk to PayPal? You were going to do that, but they weren't open.
I did. I got off the phone with PayPal at about 3:30 yesterday afternoon.
Lord, were they useful? I mean, I don't want to like blast them here on the interwebs, but I'm hoping.
Well, I mean, everybody I talked to seemed to agree that the phone calls were related to the transactions.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, the first one that you found was 49 cents. That was
Right.
definitely like one of those like penny scams.
From the time I did that dispute yesterday morning till the time I received those phone calls, they had already closed the dispute and sided with the seller.
That's strange to me.
Yeah, so I was like, so all of this ended up having to go through the debit card side of it, right?
Yeah.
So I talked to them, and they opened up an appeal and put all my information, because I even had to contact what they call IC3.gov. It's for cyber cyber
Scam.
crimes.
Yeah, scams.
So I had to go and I had to submit a claim there because this person that called, instead of like trying to call from a number that would look like, a
Legitimate.
PayPal number, he just blasts their like international number across my phone. And it
Yep.
was from like Alexandria.
That's funny. That part's
And
funny. I'm sorry.
it was so funny because I would listen to the whole recorded message before I'd hang up on them, right? And I
Waste their
mean,
time.
look, before I could even set my phone down, they were calling right back, trying to get me to give them that code.
Yeah, because they're panicking that you're shutting it down. I'm charging you $15 a week.
I know.
So they got $45 of you, I think, right?
Yeah. So anyway, they appealed the dispute through the debit card part of PayPal. So I just have to wait and see if they agree to give me my money back.
Oof. PayPal better wake up a little bit. I mean, I know they don't
But
get
it was
everything,
like
but
they agreed to like just what we said too, how like the 29 cents was to see if they were in the account.
1,000%. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then, after that it was the 14.99 every 7 days. Well, I started thinking about it and it's coming up on 7 days and 2 days. So I figured they were getting ready for that automatic withdrawal, but when they saw there wasn't a form of payment, they started phoning me and they actually
Right.
sent me a code, but they wanted me to verify this number through an
Oh,
automated
yeah.
deal by pushing one or two. And I was like,
Mm-mm.
y'all are absolutely nuts if you think I'm that
You scam
gullible.
baiters. Well, and,
Oh, yeah.
I would be tracking. I know. I mean, I told you where I think, without like getting in trouble on the interwebs here. I told you where I think it came from, like where there was like an accidental click or something. But you need to go back and see what you purchased that day that first like 49 cents
Yeah,
thing went through.
I didn't purchase anything, but PayPal told me that it was like a reader app, like to read books.
Yeah, no, we knew that. Like we looked it up, right? It was like a version of
Yeah, I was
Kindle.
like, well, number one, why the hell would I do that when I've got Amazon and free books through Amazon? But she was like, I couldn't tell you the name or anything. She was like, it's in Mandarin, and I don't speak Mandarin. I was like, okay.
Right. I
But
still think,
I had also emailed the seller yesterday morning also, and of course they never got back to me. And
but that might have
um,
been how they were queued in, though. Like you emailed and then they went to check, to see what you were doing because you caught on. I wonder if that's what
maybe
cued them in.
it could
Um,
be, but the time between the time I'd done that to the time they called would have been just enough for about the time difference. But yeah, I
oh,
spent yesterday on the phone till about 3:30 dealing with all that.
I still want to know, and then I've got to go grab something really quick. But I don't know. I think Miss Laura's trying to do PayPal stuff, and you have your concerns. You're likely to think about them. What are they? If you can save them here, if not, please send them through the app thing. But I still okay. I'm gonna, and then I'll go grab my thing. Otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to like think clearly. But so picks. It makes me wonder, like within. Okay, guys, they're talking. They're saying just a little bit more than 72 hours. It's something that you bought just a little bit more than 72 hours prior to that first little charge. So go back and look in there. because we just want to make sure like where it is. Because number one, that'll be helpful. Number two, we can warn other people, right? All kinds of things. Okay, I'll be right back. Sorry. My vampiric family. Hold on. Sorry, Pix. I stepped away, so I didn't know you fell. Hold on. Hi there. Welcome to Movie Phone.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, let's see. Poe said, not sure of my concerns. I'm like, I'll tell you later. I saw a poem that was a year old, and I couldn't finally post it in our shared stomping ground, and so I did. Okay. Holy shit, Wi-Fi is back. Well, welcome back, Wi-Fi. The piggy thinks the treat isn't food. I'm not sure what that means. Hello, Laura. Sorry. Yeah, I had to go deal with the vampires in my home. Okay, let me check all of my blah 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 blah. Did you get something in your PayPal, Miss Pix? Are you still here? I'm looking
I
down.
did not.
Okay, let me check mine. See if it's coming through.
Oh, and I went back and looked, and it was only like a couple of local stores and Amazon, and
Mm.
I sent some money through PayPal to another person.
Like 72 hours before then? I hope it wasn't
Yeah,
me.
it was.
Wait, that was on
I
the
wonder
That was
though.
on the 19th, though. That's 72 hours ago.
No, it wasn't.
Okay,
But
Miss
I was
Laura,
thinking,
I just don't know where. I'm so sorry, Miss Laura. I know that you're saying you only have a certain percentage on your phone. I'm just trying to find the payment, my dear. Pix, can you please check again? Just because I
mhm.
need to get to this reading here. Oh, the baby piggies. I got it now. Where did you send it, Miss Laura? And then we can get started. We're just looking for it. We're looking for it. My British friend, my UK friend. Friend in the UK. Doodly doodly doo.
Yes, ma'am, I got it.
Okie dokie, artichoke. What can I do for you? What can I do you for? Has a photo of a lady and two kids. See, Pixel, I got it. That's good. That's what matters. That's what matters. Is that something that we figured it out mostly? Let me figure it out. Let me turn the camera on. What can I do for you, Miss Laura? What we doing? 3 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. Are you talking about when you were talking about him looking at your stories? Hold on, I'm going back to find it here. Past life never slow me down. Okay, I see he's watched this here. He's watched my stories again this morning. All five except for the sixth one. I accidentally posted me crying, saying I'm depressed over. I can't be depressed over a man like this. Oof, that was meant for my friend. But God, if he still will see it, please give me your PayPal. Okay, so I did see that. But I do want you to clarify. Are you just looking to see if, like, are you looking for an update? Because we did recently read about, it's F, right? The initial is F. Is that correct? It's been a few days. How he's feeling and thinking about you at the moment. Okie dokie, artichoke. What deck do you guys want to use? They want to use Mega Deck. Okay, wait. Or did you say relationship? Which relationship? Mega Deck? Okay, it's Mega Deck, I think. Mega Deck! Okay, so it's F and Laura, and I'm trying to remember. You're Scorpio, and so you're water. I cannot remember if he was air or earth. Was he also a Gemini? Is he part of the Gemini season thing we've got going on? Now I've got Doja Cat in my head. Can't trust a big butt and a Gemini. Okay, Scorpio, Gemini, F, and Laura. So we're just checking in. Guides on F and Laura. We can please just see some information about how F is thinking about their relationship with Laura at this time. How are they thinking and feeling about Laura? Felipe, how do you, oh, I shouldn't have said the whole name. I'm sorry if that bothers you. Yes, I love synchronicity like that. 5 cards with your initials. How do they do the plates there? How many numbers and letters are there? I'm not sure I know. All right, mega deck. All right, guys, please help us see how F is feeling about L at this time, what he's feeling and thinking about their relationship. Do you want me to ask in light of the things you posted or just in general? Include, see if they, I mean, I'm sure they will include it potentially if he's seen them, like you say, but I don't know if, I just wanted to ask you, are you wanting to know if that affected him or just you want general information? Okay, thank you. Okay, can we please get an update on how F is feeling about their dynamic with Laura today? Please and thank you. Oh, well, we got the flippity flippities. Wow. Okay. Flippity dippity doo. Mega deck. Okay. Can we please see? Oh my. How many is that? Is that exactly what we need? Just a mega deck mistake. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Get it this way. Mega deck, I love you. How is F feeling about Laura? And how is F feeling and thinking about their dynamic with Laura? Please and thank you. Beatles are in my head. You're here because you guys are showing out. You guys want these to be the clarifiers for those? Okay. Let's see. Maybe deck up to the side here. Let's see what we got. I don't know why they wanted to do 4 and 4 instead of 5 and 5, but we're going to see if they explain why. Hmm. It's really interesting. I'd be curious. Don't tell me right now, okay, but curious like what you were posting. Clearly they were a lot of them targeted towards like hoping he would read them. Because that is reflected here, you know, like even though we're doing a general, like it's pretty reflective of you know, reading information. Um so I don't know what you wrote. Okay, so but I'm going to tell you. So it feels a little bit like, so I don't know if like if there was, like you said, there was one. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know what you wrote, but you did talk about there being one that was potentially a little bit more negative or something, or that was intended just for your friend or whatever. Right now, though, um, I'm telling you, it looks like he's stepping away from the keyboard, for lack of a better term. I'm going to ask for clarifiers, but um, it feels like, I guess, either some communication, and I'm assuming it's from the internet, but I don't know factually, um, has made him need to step away. Um, and but also something that you posted, I'm not sure, like he sort of felt whatever's gone on, maybe it's not about your posts, but whatever's gone on just like in the last like day and a half or whatever, um he's stepping away because he feels foolish from engaging in anything, like stepping away from any of the dramatic type stuff. And he feels a little bit less, though, feels a little bit less left out. So he does feel informed about what you have going on. And hold on one second. I'm sorry, somebody knocked on my door. I apologize. Okay, sorry about that. So, okay. So it's interesting. So I'm trying to figure out, like, guides, can you tell me, like, what the timetable is? Because there's a couple of different, like, responses here that he's had. Like, is this in chronological order? Yeah, okay. And then, like, how recently do we wind up here? Was it within the last, like, 8 to 12 hours? Okay. Okay, this is the bottom of the deck. Okay, so I would like to clarify if we can. Um, but I'd like specific clarifiers because I see that most of this looks like Laura like responding to different things, which again, that's why I kept thinking like it has to do with your posts. But we'll see. Guides, can I get a card rather than just like a generic clarifier? Can I see betwixt each of these what they are responding to? Like what type of stimulant or stimulus these responses are regarding? Okay, cool. That just really far. Okay. Wow. I know it's mega deck, but heavens. Mega deck. My hands are in disagreement. Okay, that keeps trying to come up, so we're going to let it. Okay. Okay, these all go there? All right, I'm listening. These all go there, so we're just going to set them. Okay. Okay, so he's been about as up and down, I guess, maybe as you felt some days a little bit. So he's sort of a little bit all over the place is the best like way to express it. Whereas I mean, that was reflected the other day too, right? In the sense that he has some health things that cause that, and in the sense that you guys are sort of, you know, both have a lot of strong feelings for each other, but you're sort of messing with each other a little bit too. Um, so initially, like he was thinking, and this is like chronological, they say, and I'm not sure exactly quite when we start, but the last like 36 hours, right? He had a moment where he was feeling like walking away because of the indecision. Felt like you hadn't made up your mind for some reason. I don't know if he had a motivation to be led to believe that, but he did go through a phase where he thought like you hadn't really made up your mind about like him. Something led him to believe that. Okay. And then, so he was thinking, well, I'll just walk away. But then something happened where, to me, this looks more like he got his thoughts organized than anything he was responding to. So he was contemplating, well, maybe I should just walk away because, you know, she doesn't seem to really know if she wants me. I'm not saying that's true. That's just what like they're reflecting him feeling. Okay. And then this looks more like then he gets his thoughts together, like and sort of gets out of his overthinking, highly emotional phase or whatever. And he feels much more calm, right? He feels much less left out of the experience and more like you do want him in the picture. And he feels much less burdened. He feels unburdened by whatever it is. It has something to do with getting his own thoughts together. Where it was like there was something that happened that led him to believe that you really weren't decided about your situation there for a minute. And then he got his thoughts together on the topic and calmed down. And then he felt much more calm just in general about, you know, the two of you together. Then, he got upset, for lack of a better word. It's really up and down emotionally. I don't know if he had a bad day with his health. But he then felt like left out. Like, I don't know if he had knowledge of you going somewhere or going out or if there was a picture of that or something, but he felt left out. and was a little upset by that, but was not being judgy overall about your relationship. He just felt sad to not be with you. And then he did wind up feeling less brokenhearted at the end of like the last couple of days, because, and that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Okay, I got it now. So okay, so there was something going on about like feeling a little bit left out, but he didn't have a strong judgment about this. And then he was feeling really relieved. He was feeling really relieved about your dynamic, even like after he had that sort of feeling left out moment, because he just realized that your actions, whatever he was perceiving them to be, whether it was based on something you actually did or something in his head, I'm not sure, but he realized that like he was overthinking and thinking too conventionally and just being too uptight about things, right? And so he ultimately calmed down, and now he's in a place where he's like once again like in the dynamic to work towards it. So this is all, there is a lot of fluctuation. Some of that's with his emotions, because it does say that like he has to stop sometimes and chill his thoughts out. And that's nothing to do with you, right? But when he's in a high emotional state and he also feels passionately about you, sometimes he can get confused between, hey, I'm just in an emotional state, or hey, she's causing my emotional state, right? So he calmed himself down. He did feel left out about something that has gone on in the last few days. But right now, where he is he realized, like, hey, I am overthinking. And really, what I think about, our dynamic, my real opinion is that it is something worth continuing to work on. That's where we are right now. Let me see what you've said in the comments, because I don't know what you've said in the comments.
Hi, Plucky.
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm gonna get.
Okay. I love you.
We got that. Miss Gail's funeral's at noon, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you get
But I'll
sleep.
holler at you when I get back.
That sounds good, my dear. I'm sorry to have missed you today, but I'll tell you. I mean, I texted you a little bit. I'll tell you a little bit about it later.
Okie
And
dokie.
have a good rest. Love you, lady.
All right. Bye,
Bye.
everyone.
Okay. I don't know when you're going to see anything, but he definitely wants me. Okay, yeah, that was 3 minutes ago. Of course, he'd be upset. I post myself crying and saying I won't be depressed over a man. Okay. I'm traveling and I posted sexy stuff. Oh, well, it's right there then. So at least we're like right on track with you. So he's still coming back and wants me. Please acknowledge my comments when you get the chance. Yep, I'm acknowledging them right now. He just washed my stuff an hour ago. This is an hour ago. So he's happy I'm upset over him. I'm supposed to be crying over him. I can't be depressed over a man. So he'll reach out. Okay, so I don't know about the reaching out, but he has reached a point where he's like, yep, it's still worth working on. Let me just grab the rods, because since you are under such enormous time constraints, can you show me a no? Okay, and a yes. Okay, can I ask questions about Laura and F? Okay, thank you. So F, is he based on the ends of this reading, it looks like he's still planning on working towards reconciliation with Laura. Okay, and is he going to reach out to her like in the next, I'm going to say 24 hours? No. Would he be open to her reaching out to him? Yes. And did I hear you say via text? Yes, initially. And have it be, you're saying like, have it just be something genuine, like, hey, I saw this and thought of you. Okay. To sort of leave the door open. Okay. But apply no pressure. All right. Well, that's a good thing. let me see. Yeah. He's not going to reach out to you in the next 24 hours, but I don't remember exactly how long it was going to be the last time, but it was going to be days, and it hasn't been that number of days, right? It was going to be a number of days before he reached out, like, to say, hey, let's get back together. And then there were going to be some days before you actually were physically like together somehow. There was like a 4-day separation. I remember that much. And it's like later in July. But if we're talking about reaching out like via technology, he, in the next 24 hours, once more, let me just clarify. Next 24 hours, is he going to reach out to her digitally? Okay, they're already saying no. But he would be open to her sending him some sort of message. Yeah, okay. But keep it really casual. They're saying not casual, but like calm. Like, hey, I saw this as I was doing whatever I was doing, and I thought of you, and send him a picture of it or something. And he is thinking of her. Yep. And what was the one other thing? You won't reach out to him first? Well, so, I mean, you guys might have a standoff for a while. I'm sorry it's 1%, but you can always come back and watch the end of the video too, because I'm not gonna push angels. I can't be the boss of them. Is he thinking of me? He's definitely thinking of you. Yeah, look, see, he's definitely thinking of you. And I mean, you guys are playing games with each other a little bit. Yeah, see, there it is, the both of you. And he does have emotional things that keep him going up and down. But he does really care about her still. Yeah. And right now, this card is an indicator that he is still planning on moving towards reconciliation. Yes. So even though he goes through emotional ups and downs, and sometimes he sees things that bother him, at the end of the day, when he calms himself down, he's always wanting to work towards their dynamic. Yes. Yes. Are they over? Is their relationship over? No. Romance and sexy feelings. Will the romance and sexual feelings return like as things heal up? Yeah. And I'm just want to confirm, guides, like the other day, you said or indicated that it was going to be like sometime sort of towards the end of July. Yeah. But that was like when it was like, hey, let's reconcile, right? But is there going to be some communication in the meantime? Yeah. But you guys they are having a standoff on who moves first. Yeah. I know you guys said like if she texted him, then he would be responsive. Yeah. And like she doesn't have to call or anything. No. And if she doesn't text him, is he going to reach out? Okay, it's like a little yes. I mean, he eventually reaches out, I'm assuming, because yeah, okay. But you're saying he needs to know that she's interested. Okay, because it's sort of up and down and he's not sure at any given moment. Okay. So somehow, okay, if you're not going to, I'm not worried about donations, honey. I can't rush them. Like, I can't rush them. Like, it's not about rushing me. I can't rush them. They're the boss. But they are saying, like, you're going to have to, like, I saw that you say you're not going to contact him first. That's fine, I guess. But you have to somehow get the idea to him that most calmly he is on your mind, like with affection and calmness and no gaming. That's a little text of like you were somewhere and you saw something he likes, you took a picture of it. Or if you don't want to even do that, then you need to be posting something on your social media because you're certain he's watching. That's just like saying, this reminded me of someone I love very much, and it needs to be something he understands. He needs a little clue because he doesn't want to reach out and then, like, I think he's really afraid of being called possessive Is that what's going on? Yeah. He's really afraid of being called possessive. I don't know if that comes from you or just, like something he's worried about. Does that come from her necessarily? No. But like it's something he's worried about. He doesn't want to be like, oh, are you saying so because of his mental health challenges to some degree, he he can sometimes get like dramatic might be one word or hyper thinking, yeah, hyperactive thinking. And so, as a product of his hyperactive thinking, he can fixate on people and things and situations. Yeah. And he really is trying to temper that tendency because it is just part of, him, part of him dealing with, the cards he was dealt with his health and his body and stuff. But he's trying not to be obsessive. And so he really needs you to cue him in. And if you do not want to, call him, a little text or a little post that's, again, very calm and subtle, and he knows is literally only for him. Like it's his favorite picture of his favorite cartoon or his favorite flower you see outside or food or something. And you just say, this made me think about somebody I care about very much. Yeah. He's afraid. He's really afraid of his own mind a lot of the times. And he's afraid that, you know, of fixating. He really is. He's afraid of fixating and he doesn't want to put all of that on you. He knows that a lot of times it's just a challenge in his head. And so you need to give, like, be generous enough to somehow give him a lead in so that he gets the message. It's okay. It's okay to contact me. I'm not going to be like, oh my gosh, you just won't leave me alone. Like that's something that's going on in his head, but he still needs reassurance. We all do, whether we're feeling sick from one thing or another, whether we're out of balance for one reason or another. Sometimes, we have to reassure the people we love, even when the dynamic is challenged at the time. And so he really is trying so hard to temper his response, hyper responsiveness. And so you're gonna, I understand you're not gonna contact first. You got to figure out a way to send out a little mini olive branch that he can grasp onto so that he can reassure his mind. I am not over fixating. She is sending the message that I am welcome to communicate with her. Because otherwise he's going to worry that he's moving in the wrong direction. Just in life, he worries about all the time if he's perceiving things correctly, which is it's really great for any of us to be aware of whatever our challenges are individually. If we're aware of them, we can address them. And if we're aware of how they can affect other people, that's even better, right? Because then we can do the best we can to not put the stuff that we deal with on others. We're not always perfect and it's going to happen sometimes, but it's nice and relieving for me to see that he's really aware. He's self-aware enough to know that sometimes he's getting carried away and fixating, and he does not want to do that. Now, he still feels those things, right? Like if you're asking how he feels, they're always going to tell you like that there are ups and downs, but half of that has to do with you guys having, a circumstance right now that's up and down, and then half of that just is due with like his natural state of mind. So, right now they just reconfirmed that we're still on the same track. It hasn't changed. But if you want communication, not like the extension of, hey, we should get back together. But if you want communication to sort of start more directly than like him watching your stories, right? You need to send him an olive branch. It's something he needs. And if he's somebody that you want to partner up with, and you believe in and you understand like his health challenges, you'll figure out some way to do that without having to break your rule that he has to like call first or whatever it is. You got to figure out a way around it so that he's feeling not like a monster, because he can do that sometimes. he can get so in his head about his overthinking and how it can negatively affect the people that he cares about. Pixie, if you're still listening, thank you. And I'm still here for you, Miss Laura. I think your phone might have died or something, but I'm still here if you have clarifiers. But like it was pretty clear, as I can check in on what's happening, and it makes sense based on how what I understand to be true in your dynamic, and also just about I think it's interesting that like he knew you traveled, and also it was like right there, like you were in the chariot right there, like traveling, which I thought was interesting too. So they're tracking with you, which is wonderful. The guides are tracking with you, um, and they're watching every step. Which I think that freaks some people out, but I find it really reassuring to know that universal love, watches us and is always reaching towards the idea of helping us as long as we then invite them or ask. You have to ask, but they're always there, standing by. Operators are standing by. I'm going to bring this up because I just think my little blue thing is a little bit boring there. What do you mean? Um, op. What do you mean? It doesn't do a good job saying who's here and who isn't. You're talking about um, like showing like a room list or something. They used to do that. Hi, Claudia. How are you? Oh, yeah, it does. It goes up and down. I concur. On my end too, because we're like on different, going to different locations. I see a different number, and on some of the sites there are bots that watch too, so it's hard for me to have any idea about like what's real. Hi, Nook. How are you, Naomi? You came in as Naomi. Hi, Naomi. How are you? Used to calling you Nook. This is Claudia. This is Naomi. I think you guys met Op the other day. He's chatting under Yolsef, but I think Naomi met you the other day. Is it one of the ones you're looking forward to? Oh yeah, no, I know you know Nook, Claudia. I was trying to introduce you guys to Op. He goes by Op or O. He's listed in here as Yolsef. He's a good friend of mine. Greetings and salutations. That is from Charlotte's Web, which I love that book. How are you, the Nook? And Miss Claudia, is it doctor's appointments I know are challenging. I know, but is it one you're at least looking forward to? So are they taking care of that today, or following up on either planning to take care of it or following up on what's what's the status? I guess that's my better question. I'm just like asking it weirdly. What is the status of that for you, Claudia? Well, I know as you're always a very hardworking person. I'm sure there's a lot of days you don't want to, but you are very, very good at keeping commitments and keeping your word and being really steadfast and hardworking. So that's always impressive. Yes, she's probably getting ready and gonna log into work. Now you see me work. Okay, so you mean, Guy, you're talking about your fella had to this week? Yes. Okay. So, but yes, they already have addressed it. Like, have they already like removed it or given you the cream stuff or whatever? I had a family member that got a lot of it. Or are they in the process of handling it? I got 2 hours trying to figure out what I want to wear, jeans or dress. Well, are you still working? You're still working from home, yeah? I like dressing in the dark actually, but like as a game, like where there's nothing planned out, because then I dress strictly based on how the clothing feels, like if it's soft or I like the sensation of it or whatever. So then I enjoy it. Now in the light, does it look good? Probably not, but it feels fantastic. So if you're working from home, whatever is the most comfortable for you, like if it's hot in there and you're not having the air on, then do the dress. And if you're, kicking it, do the jeans, woman. Comfort. Honor yourself. Well, she's working from home, and I think, it's lovely to have lovely looking legs, which she does. However, working from home, like mostly take care of yourself first, right? Like so you can do your job. Make sure you feel comfy, cozy, so that the only thing that irritates you is the customers. And Op has dabbed. Dab. It's dark freckles. It's a dark freckle. So what is their plan? Are they swatching it? Yeah, especially when it's work from home, right? Like you have to make sure, I guess, from desk level on up, you look presentable in case there are meetings or whatever. But the rest, like, honestly, it's one of those blessings where you can be as comfortable as freaking possible while you deal with challenges at work. You might as well take advantage of that. So, whatever your version of comfortable as possible is. Oh, what kind of art? I have had some of your crayon stuff in the past. Well, I imagine so, Nook. But that's why I think even more than like be comfortable, right? Like, yo, make sure that you feel good, whatever that means, right? Like if it means be goofy and dress goofy, right? If it means do freaking full face of like Instagram 2009 makeup because you think it's funny. If you want to wear sweatpants under your desk and slippers, like whatever it is that makes you comfortable. Yo, you could even have one of those like foot massagers under your desk or whatever. Multitask. 2009 makeup, yeah. You would be so contoured, girl, and your eyebrows would be on fleek. And also quite thick. But you get to use Anastasia product. I don't know about new metal for 2009. This is Iced Tea Rex. Iced Tea Rex. Ooh. But he does seem to have a limp. He's just been going in a circle for 2 days now. Something's going on with his little, it's like he's got a little bit of a pimp walk thing happening at the moment, which is totally cool. It's just that initially he did. So I don't know if I've mistreated him on accident or what. And there he goes. Oh, he fell. No, Iced Tea, come back. I need to bring my Among Us toys too. You can, my dear. You can. Do you have time? And how much time do you want? It's it's $10 for 10 minutes with all tools. I think that's what it is. Hold on, let me find it. Let me find the thing, my darling. Here they are. Okay. Yeah. $7 for just rods, 10 minutes cards. Or $10, 10 minutes. Then we all know I go over the 10-minute mark, but it'll stay, below the 20. Okie dokie. Do you want a general? So I just know what deck to pick, my dear. You're saying weekly, but I don't know if that means also general. Go to the general and save some time. That's a commercial for car insurance in my area. Go to the general and save some time. I have to remember to make sure to send Pixie a list of crystals for her house as her skills expand so quickly. General love career. Okay. They may wind up being guides. How do you want to do that? We're going to keep them apart. Okay, we're going to keep them separate. What do you guys want to use? Do. They want this one, I think. Where is it, though? Where did I stack it? I know which one they want. The question is, where did I stack it? That is not it. Not it. Where did I put it? There's nowhere for it's right. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. It's right here. What I'm looking for. My Cash App is in my link tree. Okay. Start shuffling. If we wait for that to come through here. Hey. Okay, thank you, Miss Nook. Yeah, we're going to do them separate. Let me pull that down here. Angels, archangels, guides, and ascended masters, those that are of the light, from the light, God, the saints, Jesus, deities, across all religions, affiliate with God's source. Please watch over and protect this reading. Please help all information given be for the higher and greater good of everyone involved and for all of our edification. Please help me translate to the best of my ability to be able to help these people receive the message that you're sending. And please watch all doorways and gateways and entryways. Let God's source and the divine decide who gets to come in and who doesn't here. You want to do love first or you want to do career first, baby cakes? I think it's supposed to be love first. Is that okay with you? Career? Okay. Is that okay, guys? That's interesting. Okay, yeah, that's fine. All right, so to me, I thought career too, right? And then I was surprised. No, it's fine. We're moving back to career because my thought was career too because you're getting ready to go to work, and they're fine with it. Like I ask. I don't know if they just picked because I couldn't pick or what. I'm sorry to hear that, Claudia. What's the kitty's name? Okay, now I'm going to focus on Miss Nook here. This is going to be for Nook, and we are starting with career. If we're getting ready for work, we'll start that. You please see a general. She said weekly, so can we... Do you want a general extending beyond the week, or do you really just want this week, darling? I feel like it needs to go past a week, but you might know something about your own life. Okay, yeah, okay, extend. That's good. All right, can we see some stuff about career work for the Nook, please? What we got going on and how just like, oh, you guys want me to, okay, how that looks. How does work and career look for Nook in the coming time frame? Please and thank you. They want me to slow down. Okay. This for Nook's career, please and thank you. There we go. Now it begins. Okay, go this way. Okay, this is for career for Nicole. You guys, are you wanting these as supplemental? Like, are these verifiers? Okay. Okay. Yeah, they want me to slow down because I keep feeling them. They're trying to pull certain things out. And they're so fast, so it always surprises me when they're like, slow down. Hey, flippity-doo-dah. Wow. Thank you, guys. Bottom. Got it. Okay. Oh, that's it. Okay, let's see what we see here. Tummy says. Okay, so Okay, so this is what I'm seeing, like, overarchingly. Nook, it's interesting. I don't know. Sometimes I'm surprised by things, and it's like, I don't think I thought I knew what was going to happen, so I don't know why certain things surprise me or whatever. But okay, so it starts off just talking about how you're doing a pretty good job at, you have certain big feelings, about things going on at work. Like, you're not exactly satisfied. You're doing a really good job at keeping your head straight, right? Keeping your head in the game in spite of how you may feel about it. Um, and in regards to how you feel about it, um, they want to reassure you that you're not being over dramatic. I don't know if you ever wonder that or not, but, like, just saying, regardless of if you wonder about it or not, you're not being over dramatic or oversensitive. You're not building up a situation where it's like, a bad situation of your own making, either in your head or otherwise. There is stuff going on. There are things to be legitimately dissatisfied with, here. And so your feelings about it are accurate and intuitive, and they're not something where it's like overwrought thinking, like, especially if you're stressed about other things as well and you're frustrated. Sometimes it's like, maybe I'm being too dramatic. No, I mean, you're not even being dramatic, right? Like, because you're really trying to make sure you temper those feelings, by thinking very strongly and keeping your head above um, the emotional waters that you feel when you're experiencing some of what's letting you down at work, and some of the frustrations. And the frustrations are real. They're not imagined. They're not created by you. And so your feelings about them are in tune and in keeping, and not inappropriate, I guess, for what you are experiencing. I'll double check on. So something's going on, though, where um this is about hard work paying off, like, about there's some aspect of hard work, putting in the work and the effort, that is paying off. And I know, based on things I've heard about, that you've said about work in the past and past readings at work and stuff like that, I'm not sure what's happened, because in the past it sort of like seemed like they don't really reward hard work necessarily. But there is something rewarding happening for you. And I don't know if that's just at home, like you're just pleased with, if the paycheck is really coming in handy now more so than it has in other times, or what it is, but some aspect of your hard work is paying off. I may ask for a clarifier of that here in a minute. And then it's talking about there must be someone. I don't know if there's someone new on your team, like I know it's a digital team, or who it is, but it's just talking about teamwork, making the dream work, right? Like, so there is someone with whom you've started to collaborate a bit more. I mean, I don't know if it's really a job where there's like projects where you collaborate, but communicate. You've got somebody that will communicate and actually legitimately share information back and forth with you. And maybe even you do consult each other about your different cases that you're dealing with. But that's beneficial. You got a new supervisor. Okay, what do you think? Because to me, it's looking like they're going to be a good thing. Like, let's see, how does this turn out? Okay, so, hold on here. So they are talking about, like, the new. I think this must be the new supervisor. They're talking about they're very usefully optimistic. I don't know. I'm just being dramatic. Um, but like, I don't know if you had an old hag or whatever, like, somebody that was being really challenging before. And so this feels like fresh new energy. Um, there is some element here where, I mean, I've just read that you said she's a straight shooter, which that's good. But there is something about youthful, like, I don't know if it's youth or if it's new to the role, like new to the job title or new to the company or whatever. But something in their youthfulness, either newness to the company or being younger or whatever, they are missing opportunities. But opportunities for what is what I want to know. Like, what are they talking about here? Like, um, what is this sort of new energy? What are the missed opportunities? Like, I'm trying to understand. Oh, okay, that's too many. We'll see if they come back. Let's see what they are. Let's see if they come back. Missed opportunity to have options. What could that be about? Missed opportunity to have options. There was a choice. There was an opportunity to have more options. And it's been missed. So, who guides who had? I mean, are we talking about Naomi? Like, who had an opportunity to have more options, and then it was a missed opportunity? Hmm. Can I get a clarifier for this too, please? Ooh, right away. Okay. Did you get offered some? Like, I'm trying. I don't know if this has happened yet or not. Did you get offered? Like, did they say like you could stay another hour, um, and earn more money? Has there been something offered to you? Like, it's not like enormous, but it's some little thing where you had an opportunity for some kind of change. Or, I mean, that could even actually be something where it's like they offered you an option to leave or something too. I'm not really sure what it is. Like, trying to understand. I see the new, it's a good thing. The new person is, gonna see your hard work, and that's gonna pay off more for you. That's why I asked if there was a new person. And they're focused on teamwork. They don't make foolish decisions. And then you said they were straight shooters, so that makes sense too. But then I'm a little confused about this part here, when this has all been so consistent. So, okay, so this is youthful feelings or new aspects regarding the choice. It's a missed opportunity. Was there something away from work? Like, did you have like a friend or sister-in-law say, hey, do you want to make candles with me? I mean, like, what is this? They're also talking about, just as a sidebar, she's with the company, but I'm new to her team. Okay, you're new. Okay. New. Okay. You're new. Okay, that helps me. Okay, so then let's see. Can we clarify this? Please, this part. Opportunity to what? Whoa. Things are flying around. Oh, wait. I pulled out the bottom of the deck. What do you want about it? It's been sitting here, and I was like, I don't understand. It's like there's a sentence without like an ending. It's like been sitting right here. Okay. All right. I understand now. Let's see. That's the thing with incomplete sentences, whether they are energetic sentences in tarot or somebody essay for school or whatever. So now I understand. Okay. Thank you, by the way, for saying you're new to her team. That helped clarify like what I was looking at here, because it all made sense up to a certain point. So I think she's going to be, I think you're going to wind up liking her, because I do see like your hard work is going to reap more benefit. A lot of the foolish games are over with, like she don't play, but also it's not just with like you guys, right? She's not going to let the upper management play, like jerk you guys around either. She's a rule follower. I feel that like really strongly, right? But that's a good thing, because usually you're not the one breaking rules. It's your superiors that have been doing it, and their superiors above them, right? So this is a good thing that she's a rule follower. Okay, so you're the new one. Okay, so what they're saying is here, this has been a good thing. Like this person as your leader, you being new to their team, is going to eventually lead you to more options and choices that you can make at work. So I don't know if that necessarily means like, and I'll pull cards in a second, but that could mean like promotions, or just, better work-life balance, or, having some of you have like past issues that I already know about, like, from work, like addressed properly. I'm not sure. And again, I'll flip about it, but you're gonna be far less like confined and trapped in that little corner without information and without anybody being fair to their own rule book or fighting on your behalf when it's correct to do so. Could potentially lead to a little bit of of a raise too, and it is a raise, but it also does feel like a shift in job title slightly. So I don't know if like the next like little bump of raise or whatever then comes with a slightly different job title or just slightly different work, because it's not like enormous, but it is there. Okay. And then it's saying also like it's so good to complete things, right? This is you, my my leonine friend, right? And so it's saying you're not going to be like left out like in the cold with no explanations for things, right? Like on the worst, in the worst case circumstance with this particular person, like, you know, a lot of times you've had questions, I know historically from talking to you, right? Where like you have questions about how come like these reviews are weird, or can you explain it to me, or teach me, or help me fix it, or whatever. And it's just been like no real answers, no real solutions, right? Um, that's going to change. So this new person, like they're good for you. Um, and you've done again, like they want me to go back and just repeat this to remind you, you're doing a really good job of, even though in the past, and they're saying it's going to get better, right? But you're still in the old energy, right? Because all of this is new, you know, but all of the emotional, like sort of difficulty of being in that position, you've done a really great job at keeping your head in the game and staying focused and not getting over emotional. But your emotions, when you have them, your feelings about what's been going on are totally valid. You're not making up some pretend thing, right? Like they're doing unfair, like former people and your other team and their bosses do a lot of unfair things and create, you know, really unpleasant situations in the workplace that it's just not necessary. Like it's just stupid. The new supervisor is going to notice your hard work. So the hard work needs to continue, right? But it's going to be an asset now for you rather than you work your ass off because you have wonderful work ethic and talent. And then nothing happens. Now there's going to be acknowledgement and good teamwork. She really does believe in teamwork. I do wonder if she's going to like pair you guys up for certain things. I'm not sure about that, but she is going to be somebody that you can genuinely talk to honestly about, like, I need a sick day, or I need like a family day because my kid is sick. And she just is like, yep, you're entitled to that. Like there's just no complexity about it. And um, you know, I'm hearing them say now, like if, for example, like weird feedback came in, she'd immediately review it, try to figure out how it was fair or unfair, you know, and then resolve it in your favor, whether that's because then she teaches you how to correct it, or she fights because it's been an unfair whatever. So being new to her team is going to allow you to expand at work a little bit and have a little bit more choice, and not feel so stuck. And like it's always felt to me like there are like certain laws and even just their own bylaws that they ignore a lot of the time. She's not going to do that. She's really just a person. So that's great. So work looks good, but I will say someone else, you know, has popped in here because there is somebody that's been interrupting your work. You know, your person that has been your person, right? Um, they're showing like as having been, I don't know if this is an isolated incident or if this is just like overall attitude lately, right? But there's a lot of like sort of rushing in and creating issues. Um, and, you know, it's this guy, daddy of the household, right? We know who that is. But they have been, and because this was part of the work reading, I don't know if they've been interfering while you are working, right? Like if something has changed where they're home more, or because it's summertime, if the kids are, you know, also like a factor where um you know, like it's immediately needing sandwiches or whatever, and because you're working at home, like they're not respecting that boundary. Is that going on a little bit? To me it feels more like him, but it could be that the kids are doing that and then he's not setting the proper like rules for them. Yum, yum, yum. I don't know if you're still here with me or if you're getting dressed or whatever. A little. Okay. Yeah, I think. But this was your work read though. So has there been, has it disrupted your work day a little bit? Thank you. That's exactly what it is. Thank you. That helps my brain feel better when it's like, yep, that's exactly it. Now, did we call it relationship or romantic? I'm trying to remember. It was work and love, career. Okay. Love and career. Shuffle these. I have a feeling I might be switching decks, but I want to shuffle these well anyway. It's a marriage of cards and equals. Um, I don't know. We can ask the rods that here at the end. Unless unless you want a reading on that instead of love. Okay, they want me to use this one over here for the love read. And also, I didn't expect there to be an and also, right? And also, oh, the new ones. That's cool. Okay, come here. You guys are stuck up here. You're stuck up here at the top. There we go. Stuck up here. Oh, she's a bad mamma jamma. She's a bad mamma jamma. No, they don't. They just, I think they know exactly what's going on, right? That he is not gonna have anybody in back, right? Like that's been long established. It's not just you, you know. His, I don't know if they're back being friends again, but his like former BFF, right? He was always going to turn coat on him, you know, the minute it was convenient, you know, and you know, same with you. Like, you know, at this point, it's challenging, you know, to think about as an outsider. However, at least it's not personal, right? In the sense that um, when he is going through certain phases, he just treats everybody badly. Now, some of you have to deal with it more than others because you live there or whatever, but it's sort of almost like it's not personal. He treats everyone like shit right now. When he gets into like a particular space and time. So I don't think they think you're stupid. I think they full know, full know or know full well or however is better to rephrase it, right? That you know when he's in his space, um, and power playing, which is a lot in his case, he doesn't back up anybody. ever, for any reason. Also, it comes from such a strong need to be just feeling, and not even needing to be in charge, just feeling like he is in charge, right? Because it's not about the work. It's not like, hey, I put in all this work and I would really like to be acknowledged. No, you don't put in all the work. You just think automatic acknowledgement is important because you are man. And I don't feel that way. Like, when I express those things, sometimes people have heard that on this channel, and they're like, man, you're mean to men. It's like, no, I mean to man, individual man. And there aren't very many, actually, that I experience as sort of frustratingly as one or two of, like, I love you guys. I get to know you guys over time, and even if things shift and there's less time and stuff, there's still, a lot of love and care. I get to know you guys and things like that. So, a couple of people have more challenging partners than others, and both from the outside looking in as like a friend, that's really frustrating to watch over and over, but also I can feel, the spirit and loved ones, and I can feel like how much they love you and want good things and things like that. And so, of course, they understand, a lot of things that we as humans don't, which means, they understand a lot that I don't understand about why certain things happen, and that, you guys might have, life plans tie in, or soul contracts or something, and or that you both want to learn something challenging, right? And so they, from their perspective, they can know that kind of stuff. But even so, even with all of that, which they understand things we don't, I can feel like the little sting they feel when somebody's not nice to the people they love. It stings. They may get it better than we do about why it happens, but ouch. And so I feel their, like, sort of broken heart is too dramatic, right? But their sadness over their loved ones, whomever they are, in different situations, like being treated certain ways, even if they know why. Knowing why doesn't always necessarily mean feeling great about it. It's interesting. This is the deck they wanted. It's lovely. It's beautiful. And it's relatively new, so it's not in rotation real heavily yet. I haven't figured it out, but also they've not requested it too many times. It's the Folk Magic Tarot. They're really pretty. And this is the one they wanted for your relationship reading. Can we please, now that we're doing this, for Naomi, can we please see what's going on, just a general on her current, well, now you said love. So are you talking about your current relationship or love in general? Just want to make sure I know. Love in general. Okay. All right. Can we please get a general love relationship reading for now? Can we please see what general love, state of general love relationships, what can you tell us in general about love relationships? And Naomi, please. General reading on love relationships for Naomi, please. General reading on love relationships for Naomi, please, and thank you. Okay, let's see. Whoop. give it to you. Look to see if any of them recycle. Okay. Place in different places so they have to work to show back up here. Okay. Again, these a general love reading for Naomi. General love reading for is this what we need? And this one flew as well. Oop, now I'm just dropping other things. Okay. This would be support for the bottom of the deck. The bottom of the deck. Okay. Where do I want you guys to live? What's in the way of the tray? Oh, there's a crystal there. I couldn't figure it out. Okay, let me see what we got. Switch strands. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, scooting back, scooting back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mhm. Okay, sorry. I just wanted, since it's a new deck, I wanted to like um go through and validate like what I was reading and see like how it aligned, and it we're good. I just want to make sure that I'm sort of tracking both based on what the guides are saying and intuitively, and like sort of what, since this is a new deck. So sorry, I was just really double checking my notes and things. Okay, so this is about someone in particular. We know who. And so, okay, it starts off, gosh darn it. that's what I kept reading about, is actually those two cards. They're just different for me in terms of, okay. So where we are in the cycle with that individual, all right, is okay. First of all, that we are in, we're being an imposter. Okay, public face, right? And so again, I say cycle because I've seen a cycle over and over and over. And so where we are in the cycle is that like public facing, right? Distinctly one thing, right? And then really it's not very genuine. There's been what looks to be like more substance used potentially, or going out, something like that, because I don't know if there was a raise recently, or if something changed where they worry a little bit less about money scratch, right? But because of that, because there's less of a financial concern at the moment, there's been more consumption. Now again, that could be going, and I'm going to ask for a clarifier in this particular spot, but that could be just going out, or that could be something hidden that they are continuously paying for. Then here too, we have got two segments of love bombing, right? And that's the best way to put it, right? Like it's we're in the love bombing phase, right? With mom, the mother of our children. Here you are, right? And we are love bombing, or at least starting that, both like in terms of like sort of trying to wheedle into like a way of thinking, and to sort of like talk, it feels like indirectly, around certain subject matters, trying to get back into good graces. And there's also some sort of slightly like, there have been some moments of more generosity than others, and like that's might be ridiculous to some of us that know like the full story, because there should be finances flowing both directions. But to something where it's like intended again as some sort of love balmy thing. So I don't know if, yeah, like I said, I do want clarifiers of something more specific. But and then emotionally, it's wildly unfair what's going on. To you, it's emotionally just so unfair that like this cycle has started to renew, right? Like it's like you get comfortable being like in separation with each other, to the point where you can still collaborate and work and live in the same space, and it becomes less stressful, maybe not ever totally stressful, but it becomes less stressful to sort of be in a state where you're in separation. And then they start talking about hey, no, like just subtle things. It feels like subtle things initially, But it lets you know, because you know the pattern, that it's coming, right? Like the upswing is coming. And but you know, again, this is love bombing, this is love bombing. Like that, there's just no, and it's really not fair to you. And then where we sort of end is in the union, in the partnership between the two of you. Ooh, I sound like my little bird. There's going to be like some advancement. Like, so to me, this looks like, if you're not already, like, I'm using the air quotes, back together, that's coming soon. That's what this is, right? Reunited, and it feels so good right now. But it is an unfair game. It is an unfair cycle. This is, you know, you sitting in your emotions. Justice is upside down. This is just a really unfair pattern and process. Especially when, for both, I mean, you know, if you were the manipulator, I'd say it's super unfair for both, right? Because you both understand each other well enough to totally crawl under each other's skin and do a lot of different things, both positively and negatively, right? And there has been and is a lot of love there, both for each other and for your mutual children, whether those are children that you both have from separate things, but that you take care of together, or you know, the child you share together. It doesn't matter. Like, you know, there's all these ties that bind. And okay, where did I want the clarifiers? I wanted one here for sure, because I wanted to see if I could see. Can you please give a clarifier for right here? Please get a clarifier for Naomi's general love read. Goes where? Here. Yep. What goes? Is it here? Okay. Let's see what's here in case we see it again. See if the clarifiers make sense for me. Yeah, so okay, so I just wanted to clarify on, like, you know, where the love bombing type stuff started. And it was sort of like rushing in to you know, make sure that like there has been some sort of fun. I don't know if y'all went out or if there's a plan to go out, but to me that's what this looks like. This looks like like either having, I guess it could be into like having friends over to hang and like get tipsy. Now, knowing the dynamic because I've known it from the past, could also be like a family event, but like regardless, like it's getting you there ASAP because they know where they are in the pattern in relation to your history and each other, and that they need, to emotionally um, come in really quickly and present an opportunity, right? Whether it's like, well, it's family, we have to go, or your old friend so and so is going to be there, or whatever. But they're working in or to get to a social event if it hasn't already happened. Um, and then this one, which was like like uber charming, and being like really actively appearing to be like super pleasant about certain things in the household that, especially of late, you would expect the opposite, but they're trying to be really chill about it. Um, hmm. So I think it's interesting you said that, because at the what I think is a family thing, right? Like I think this potentially outing could be a family thing, but it could also just be friends. But like, there's some sort of going out and there's some sort of alcohol involved. Okay, but when I asked for the clarifier of this one, which is about, like really appearing to be a family person and again responding to certain things positively you didn't expect. Um, and then for my clarifier, King the Five of Swords and inverted, and it actually talks about it talks about being over prideful and being defeated. Um, so in this dynamic where he is, trying to like be Captain All American Family, something's gonna go on that challenges his pride and makes him look like a real doofus in the situation. Um, can I see what goes on here, please? Can you show us what goes on? I mean, of course, I'm nosy about with who, but like, regardless, can we see what goes on at that dynamic in that situation that will help us understand? It just flew. Okay, maybe a couple. Who is this? Oh, it's right there. I guess. It's like the best way to put it is, somehow someone is going to bear witness to your the fact that you're trapped, that that things are stagnant, and unfair, like they've been like this for a long time. And even when I get, like, I'm hearing that whatever this is, whatever this sort of social thing is, you're putting on a brave face. You're not like there, like throwing a fit, or um, talking like poorly or whatever. You're there trying to really be present. That's why I wonder if it's a family thing, like if it's there's a kiddo's birthday party coming up, because they do those, big family style, which is always lovely. But because whatever it is, you're trying to turn up and be supportive, and you are. But the look on you, right? Like the energy all around you, people are going to see that something is up. Um, what was so? Let's see. But so who's going to notice that? Okay. Okay, it feels like a female, actually, that has felt like they've stood by too long and watched. Do you know who that could be? I'm trying to see if they'll tell me, like. It's a female. Um, and I don't know about exposed, but they do walk up alongside you and say, I've been seeing this for a long time. I'm sorry, that this is going on. I'm sure it's confusing, but also hold on a second, because I'm hearing something else too. What person? Sorry, I got a vision there. Noelle, or maybe his brother's wife, but I don't know. She stopped talking to me when her and her husband have. Yeah, but okay, sorry. I started channeling, like, got real weird and quiet because I started like seeing weird, just sort of, I mean, they were just like normal everyday visions, but I was like in somebody else's head for a second. So I'm sorry about that. Hold on. Show me without showing me right now. That's what the cards can we see. Ooh, that flew way across and actually landed in a place that's unlikely. Tower. Okay. So I was asking because it felt like, okay, so it did answer like that's a woman that, sort of gonna, and I said sidle alongside you, like, because it felt sneaky even on their part. Okay. It felt like, that game that they play in this family where it's like they ask, like, hey, are you upset or whatever, and then they use that crap against you. So I asked, the question was like, why, why, it feels like somebody's going to do this, but it also feels like somebody is got an ulterior motive or whatever. And it's the Tower now. Okay. That can be taken one of two ways in this dynamic that I already know a little bit about, right? I do, I'm going to ask for one more clarifier just so I know. Okay. Be about the house. And it's sneaky. So a lot of these patterns are the same. I'm sorry to tell you, like there's nothing new right now, right? Like it was just, we did a general on love. And I'm sorry, like I know potentially maybe you were hoping someone else would show up or like that there'd be big change. It just looks like we're, re-entering another phase of the cycle that's been going on for a long time, right? And again, we're heading into love bomb territory. I suspect some of it is that right, guys? They're saying a little bit of the love bombing has already begun. And so, that's going to be a thing. But this other person that's going to like step in and sort of be like, I know how you feel. Let's talk, or whatever. It's going to be about the house. It's back to the house, and it's back to somebody that. Let me reconfirm this before I say it out loud. It's somebody that stands to, I wanted to make sure it's a female, but it's somebody that stands to have success to do with the house. So is that um, who would like either move in and receive cheap or free rent, or who like um, is somehow their arrangement where maybe it's somebody in the family. It's a female though that is like got a realty license, because I'm just trying to interpret what they're showing me, and that she can help sell it or something like that. Okay, what's going on there? Tell me, what do either of them have to do with like real estate or selling things, like for sale by owner, that kind of thing? Has he in the past said something to the effect of, um, I can help you out a little, but I can't really help you out until the house sells? Even if it's not something he's actively pursuing, is that something he says? I can't help you out, man, and I need the house to sell. Yeah, that makes total sense to me. I was thinking about him earlier when I was talking about this pattern of behavior and how it doesn't just apply to you. So you don't have to take it personally, because it's, and in the sense that like anybody that he has love feelings for, right? Or loves it, but in the way he can understand love, because he's limited in that topic to a degree on that subject matter. But what he understands of love, these patterns he's in with people, the people that he loves are the ones in those patterns, and Nufi was one of the ones. What does it have to do with the house, though? It's tied to the house really specifically. Is it just a promise? Does he make a promise to people when we sell the house? Or hey, I can't give you money, but you could come live in the house. Like, I'm trying to figure out what the house has to do with it all. Yeah. So that's why it's a female, because guides, have they already approached her? Yes or no? Yeah, I think you listed two names. It's going to be like less likely that it's mom, right? Because it's a younger female. Um, so what I can say is, I mean, you know this pattern well. You've played this board game a lot of times. You keep opting to continue to play. There's love there, and I get it. But so it's just right now where it is, there's like no, not going to be any significant change in the pattern. So like nothing new and extra dangerous is going to be added to the pattern or anything like that. And then at the end of this, like since it's a general, it does, things are looking up in the sense that like in your partnership and in your commitments to your family, first, and then each other second, as soon as you, um, sorry, I don't know why I'm having trouble with sixes in this deck. Like, I know what I want to say, and then, and then my brain, but it's all sixes. Oh, okay. So this is going to be, it's part of the pattern, but you're headed into the part of the pattern where, your dynamic reunites, and there's benefit to it, right? It's going to be pleasant for a while in the phase where, it's pleasant, and that, like, because that's what happens, right? Like that's why there is staying, also because of these phases, right? And it's just sort of saying, okay, our partnership is happy again. Something's going to happen, I think, where maybe there's a little promotion on either side or whatever, and there's going to be like, hey, we should do this nice thing or whatever. And in this case, I don't think it seems like it's like to some degree legit, but I'm going to pull just a card. What is the nice thing? Oof, okay. They flew and landed on the thing, so. It's getting out of the house. Getting getting out of the house together and being less guarded. Spending a little money. Like it looks like a date night. Let's see. Okay. Is there any more detail you can give me? Okay. To me, it looks like there's going to be going out. Hold on, let me see what you said. No, this is like, no, this is in your pattern, right? In your pattern of cycle that you guys have been on for a long time. It's at a point where like things are going to be easier for a while. Like you're headed into like positive part of the cycle. Like, the easiest time to get sucked back in. And I was like, what is this thing though? This thing where it's like, yeah, we're going to do something nice for ourselves. It's like, it's going out, and something about it too, like your guards will be down, both of you. It's like letting your guards be down to be with one another. um and I thought I looked up one more thing. And okay, and so it's about sort of it's about sex, doll. It's about being able to go out, and I think it's like, I don't know if you're going out just for drinks or if you're going out to dinner, and it's going to be mostly the two of you. Like, and you might run into some people, or I don't know, maybe you meet people part of it, but like if, for example, you're going to dinner, it's just going to be the two of you, and then maybe you meet people that are already at some bar to drink or something or whatever, and then it's about like um, this is about then uh, letting your guard down to actually have fun around each other. And then it's about sort of like, I don't know if there's not been a lot of sex lately, or if it's just been sort of moderate, because, people are like sort of, you guys are sort of having a standoff about certain topics, right? And so I don't know if it's just not been great or it just hasn't happened, but this will be a situation where you're going to go out and have a good time, and then that part um, is going to be back to the way you really enjoy it again. So it's just, we asked for general, and this is, y'all, headed back into the cycle. Now it's on the upswing, which is good. Like, if you have to be in a cycle, and you're like, all relationships I'm sure are in cycles, which means everybody that's in a relationship is choosing to be in a cycle. Some of them are trickier and less pleasant than others, right? But you're at the part of the cycle like literally right before there's going to be like love bombing and um fun offers to like go out and um going out, and having a really fun night, a genuinely fun night, and then, having passion again in your dynamic, uh, especially sexually. But I think because there's love there, like there'll be love connected to that situation. And I think, what else? Um, mm, there was one other thought I had. Darn it. Um, Regardless, it's headed back on the uptick, right? Rather than being on the total downtick, right? Like you're going to come back into more union. You're going to, actually be back at some of the family stuff. And, yeah. I mean, right now it was literally talking about, I mean, do I think what's a woman or substance? This was literally talking about the pattern that he pursues with you, and also that he, in terms of like having a cycle of abuse, because that's sort of what it is. Well, let's just call a spade, right? Having a cycle of abuse. He has one with Newfie too, right? And with all the people that he loves, because it's a toxic pattern that he's trapped in. But we can't just blame him, because everybody, keeps continuing to participate. So, like when you read about that stuff, it's like at a certain point, like can't give all the blame to one person when, there's always somebody else willing to, participate in this cycle together, and that happens worldwide all the time. And like I said, in other relationships, right? There's always ups and downs and cycles and things like that. There may be not such low lows in those dynamics or such high highs, but there's still a cycle in every relationship. And so yours is coming back into the parts for now, if that makes sense. And I mean, I can ask real quick if there's a woman or whatever, but can I ask, what does it matter? Yeah, I love you. I wish I could make the card change for you just magically. And I'm so glad things at work. I'm so glad you got a new supervisor because that stuff's really looking up, which is good. And I'm psyched for you there because, you spend so many hours a week, in that place. And so the fact that you're going to have somebody that, at least based on everything they showed, is going to like advocate for not just you, but you and your whole team. And they are definitely people of action. So to me, it feels like too, if you referenced them back to some of those like reviews that you never got explanations about and they never got repaired and things like that, they might actually get that done for you, which then would also, stop blocking any raises, right? That kind of dumb stuff is blocking raises. And I'm sure to some degree, like whole company wide, it's intentional to some degree because they're like a lot of companies are doing that right now where, a lot of people are being sort of tested in a situation where they've never been like trained to be tested, to see like who will tolerate the most crap and who needs the most care and all that stuff. It's happening at a lot of companies, but in this case though, you have somebody who's going to go and fight for you, and more importantly, they just believe in the rules. This person believes in the rules and they're like, hey, it says this in the rules, so I'm doing exactly what the protocol says to do, and so did she, and here's the information about that. So that part's really good. And then the part about the relationship stuff, like, if it's always been like in a bit of like a spiral in terms of like repetition, like all relationships are, you're headed into the phase where you're going to get to go, out some and, be together, actually, I think alone at a dinner or two initially, and then meet up with people you care about and socialize. So, like, if you're looking at it, if I looked at this having no like past knowledge about your situations, either one of them, I would say, hey, I don't know what's gone on in your life, but things are looking up. Like in the work department, things are looking up because of this person, and then because of this person who is like all over the place. It still doesn't matter. Like it's still a pattern that's going to get better. And honestly, I think the more money, because it showed up a little bit. It didn't show like a ton, but it did show a little bit. I think via the new team lead, there's going to be more money, and I'm not certain if that's like going to be via like the raises that you have been owed, but that weird situation with the um, reviews have sort of tanked the opportunity. But she's going to help straighten that out. And so I imagine that under her guidance, then you will, she will advocate for you, and there will be positive changes. That's a good thing. You will be making more money at some point. See, Guy, Nook, can we ask about Nook's new supervisor? Okay. She can advocate for, Nook and cleaning up some of those unfair reviews. That's like a 70% yes. Okay. And then, via that boss, do you believe that because they're a good, strong advocate and both because they like taking care of their team, but they also like when their team thrives because there are perks to that, under that leadership, do you suppose that like things will change in terms of Naomi getting like more pay or additional pay or something? Yes. Okay. So I think more money will eventually come. Oh, how many approximately from today is the 20th? And I think it's a Friday, right? Today is the 20th and it's a Friday. So 21st. Yeah. Okay. So, oh, that's what I was going to ask. In how many work days using the quantifier, should we do it in tens? Okay. And how many work days will it takes for just the system or whatever, or work chunks, before there's like a potential raise if we do it like in increments? I was saying in increments of 10 because I was counting days, but let's count in weeks. Okay, so from this point for Monday forward, how many days will there be before change is put into effect starting on Monday? Okay. Okay, it seems like 8, but that seems really soon. Do you have like a job review in 8 days? Welcome back, Miss Laura. I don't know, like if you dropped out or not, but at a certain point, but I did like continue and wrap up the read. I can look here in a minute to give you like a timestamp of like when it goes through. Because here, after Sweet Nook answers this question, we are going to go for the night, mostly because I have private stuff later, private reads, and I'm a little bit fried, so I'm worried that any information that I might give might be a little weak at this point. Look, do you have like that 8-day thing? Like, is that when you do like for a review, or you might already be working? Actually, just look at the time. You might be on the phone. Okay, so no, you have access to my email, and so the only thing that's pending in this question here is what's going on in like 8 to 10 days at work, whether it is just the beginning of the next pay period, or if like it's an evaluation period. That'd be something to be prepared for, but it's going to be a positive thing, it seems like. And then, Miss Laura, I think you have my email now. Again, I'm going to put it in this comments, but yeah, if you go back into the live, we did complete answering. I knew you'd phone quiet, but I knew why too. Your poor phone. I'm so sorry about that. Apparently I can't type Gmail properly. So yeah, you can hit me up there for if you're interested in private reads, or you have just like a clarifier, like just the stuff should be here on the recording. And so I think Nook is working. So I just want to say thank you to everybody that's come in today. Thank you so much, as always, for Pixie, 2 Pixie and 4 Pixie from the universe, for her help and everything. I want to thank so much for coming back. I hope you come back again and again and again, and we can get to your first read now, because you're definitely due. I'm super excited that Sophie Starry came over and had a read. I'm so excited. I've always been excited at the prospect of being pals. I understand her, and I've only been able to watch her in a lot of cases, right? So I'm excited to see, if we get to chatting, because we definitely have things in common that we can both understand. So I am super excited and grateful that she stopped by. Again, the information, first of all, for Pixie's crafting channel is here. Pixie's channel, DIYs on the Cheap, that's on YouTube. She also has another another YouTube site called We Bought a Hoarder House. Please always come here to see us. We're so grateful to have met new people, and we're excited to continue to read you and help you and do everything that we can over time. We're so thrilled that new friends have come, that some of our old friends are coming back. This is the email. If you ever have any questions about the stuff explored on this channel, please do email. I'm the one that would answer. Just sometimes when we do have a little more activity and we have mods, of course, converse with whomever you want about whatever you want. But if you have specific questions, please hit us up at that email address. The lovely Miss Sophie that visited us here, she's got an amazingly cool YouTube channel. She's a really wonderful tarot reader and assassin. So this is information for her channel, Starry Eyed Tarot, here at YouTube as well. And as always, when we're here, we offer readings for your lives, and they definitely extend past the time period, just because I like to spend time with people if we have it. And private readings are always available. Just hit us up via email and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. I'm grateful to all of you who sometimes come in here and view but don't comment, that have been booking all the privates. I'm so grateful to have you around as clients, but also to get to know you as well. I thank everybody for stopping by. I feel super honored and happy to be encountering everyone, but I just, unfortunately, I'm so fried that I'm going to make a sort of give a little bit of an Irish goodbye. If you have any questions, please hit up the email. I'm sending everybody so much love and light. You're always in my thoughts and prayers, and I look forward to seeing everybody very, very, very soon here on the channel.